Chair of Theatre and Media Studies at the University of Cologne, Germany. Peter's presentation is entitled Bridges Built by Wonder, Thaumaturgy, Thaumaturgy, the lost art of making wonders. Whenever you're ready, Peter.
I think as soon as I get help with the presentation. Thank you so much. This is, when one comes rather late in the program, it sounds like lip service, but I really wholeheartedly would like to thank the organizers of this conference. I think it's a privilege and wonderful opportunity to be here and to have the possibility to think about decolonizing theater history from so many different angles. I'm going to speak about the pre-modern or early modern performance culture in a globalized perspective. We have talked a lot about modernization and the impulse or the entanglement between colonialism and modernization past days, also on a conceptual level. And I think it might be worth to take a look at the history sort of that predates modernism and its political constellations, but I don't consider this as a naive, nostalgic way to get out of the questions what decolonization means. It might help us rather to understand the deeper infrastructure and mechanisms that brought colonialism about. Starting such an adventure also means to acknowledge one's own limits. And in particular, I would like to mark my linguistic limits, because I refer to many sources whose original language I'm not able to speak. And I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the interpreters whose invisible whispering in our ears has made this conversation possible at all. So many thanks to you. But I also would like to acknowledge that for developing this paper, I got help from Sarah Pasla, Anna Rezai, and Enes Turkulu, who were generous and kind enough to help me in understanding and reading some of the sources I'm going to refer to. So allow me to take you to a little imaginary trip to Istanbul in the year 1582, to be more precise, in the summer of 1582. In this summer, Sultan Murad III organized a major festive event that lasted eventually more than 50 days. It was meant to last only for 40, but that's a different story. And he celebrated the occasion of the circumcision of his future successor, Mehmed. The festivities were splendid and opulent. They were meant to display the riches and the power of the Ottoman Empire. Murad made sure that all social groups of his empire, all military branches, but also all guilds would be present. And I'm here showing you pictures from the Tsunami Humayun, a lavishly illustrated manuscript kept in the Topkapi Palace with more than 400 images of this huge festivity. So that gives an interesting visual record. And as you can see, there were guilds, but there were also all sorts of acrobatics and tightrope walkers, for example. At the same time, Murad, and there was even a portable coffee house, which I think is a very nice idea. And Murad paid particular attention to the fact to make sure that friends and foe would be present alike. So he did not only enable delegates from the entire empire to be present in Istanbul at that point, but he also particularly invited representatives from the European states as well as from the Persian Empire, for example, with whom he was at war at that time. So this festival is extremely well documented. We have about 2 dozen, now the presentation does something it's not supposed to do. We have about 2 dozen reports about the event. And then one afternoon, something very surprising happened. The servants of the late Mehmed Pasha, the former Grand Vizier, rolled in a cart on which the mutilated body of a young man was displayed. The body was severed, heads, hands, and foot cut off with open, bloody wounds. As we can gather from various sources from East and West, this explicit display of violence and atrocity broke the otherwise jolly atmosphere and shocked the audience. But you can imagine, or we can only grasp and try to imagine, that horror must have intensified immensely when, after a short moment, the body parts started to move. Much to the relief of the audience, after a short moment, 5 young men would come out of the cart being completely healthy and unharmed and display that this entire stand had been a stage trick. The poetic language of the Tsunami Humayun describes the event as follows, I quote, "Those who witnessed this spectacle were bereft of reason, and a torrent of wonder overwhelmed them all. They said, 'What kind of situation is it that 4 healthy men come out of 1 wounded man, and in the twinkling of an eye revealed beyond all doubt? And the dead of them rode on the living, and the living of them rode on the dead. They bit, the audience, they bit their fingers in the square of amazement and were dizzy and petrified with astonishment. Each became like a diver in the sea of wonder and fell into deep thought.'" The formula of the sea of wonder does not only indicate the overwhelming, spectacular effect of this scene, but it also echoes with notions of mystic experience in the Sufi context. Many reports in different languages give a very similar description, and they also document the deep emotional response of the spectators. In what follows, I will try to take this formula of sea of wonder as a figure of thought to think about a specific form of early modern performance. The sea of wonder has many coasts. Many scholars have argued that globalization and interculturalism really required or relied on the infrastructure developed in the 18th and 19th century with the rise of capitalism and military developments, especially by Western stations, that allowed them to put on this hegemonic position they claimed. But of course, it would be short-sighted to think that transcultural history does not start before this period. Rather on the contrary, scholars like the German historian Jürgen Osterhammer has argued that early modern and pre-modern encounters, cultural encounters, were by far not dominated by a concept of European predominance, but rather on the contrary. Earlier encounters of Europeans with cultures and courts in Asia and Africa were rather sobering experiences for Western travelers and delegates. As an alternative to any Western-dominated concept of transcultural relations, the Indian historian Sanjay Subrahmanyam has suggested the concept of connected history. This concept is explicitly a revision of conventional Eurocentric concepts such as the Age of Discoveries, as Subrahmanyam states. Moreover, and also in contrast to terms such as entangled histories or histoire croisée, the notion of connected history emphasizes an active process rather than an accidental development. Subrahmanyam defines one of the preconditions of these intercultural or transcultural connections as commensurability. I quote, "Commensurability had to be made by agents, and bridges between cultures had to be built rather than existing in a state of nature. In equal measure, it is essential to avoid another trap that still besets many historians of early modern encounters, attributing all to the initiative in matters of bridge building to European agents alone." And he expands on this notion of commensurability in the following, I quote, "Ideas of connected histories are based on the idea that the relation between cultures must be mediated, and that this mediation involves, among other things, the production rather than the mere fact of commensurability. Rather than to posit that visual cultures were either commensurable or incommensurable, we need to focus on the acts that produced commensurability. I will argue that the festival of 1582, Murad's presentation of the Ottoman Empire, was one of those acts of producing commensurability and allowing for transcultural connection. The language of the tsunami Humayun, which is with its emphasis on wonder and astonishment, leads us to another phenomenon of the early modern period that has been lost, and that's not accidental that it has been lost during the 18th century and the rise of modernism. And that is the concept of thaumaturgy, a Greek term describing the art of making wonder. Interestingly, if one tries to follow the traces of this art, one does not come to a single coherent definition, but rather to infinite lists of phenomena that can be counted as these wonders. They include automata, shadow play, magic lanterns, pyrotechnics, and acrobatics. In the English language and sources here, the umbrella term that is very often used is the term of jugglery. And while there is no thaumaturgy, of course, doesn't produce official files, it doesn't sort of produce works in the sense of literature or other forms of art, but it sort of is only noted literally in the side notes of other documents. But there is, as you can see here, ample visual evidence of this art. I will argue in the following that it is not accidental that thaumaturgy is one of those places where commensurability is created across cultures, especially across European cultures and cultures in Asia and Africa. Because it is where doctrine fails, where the clear-cut concepts don't work, where astonishment prevails, that this encounter becomes possible. Just as in early modern seafaring, the passage thaumaturgy, the sea of wonder, facilitates might be high stakes and perilous, a realm of adventure and risk, but still also a realm that allows for this kind of interconnection. With an eye to the clock, I will sort of just present some of the traces of this art of thaumaturgy, and we'll stick with the mutilated bodies, if you don't mind for a second. Because if we try to follow this specific trick, we come across an interesting array of different sources. There is, for example, the 1584 tract by the English intellectual Reginald Scott called The Discovery of Witchcraft. Scott provided this massive volume, which has been reprinted afterwards numerous times, as a counter-argument against the witchcraft craze of his days. He wanted to show that witchcraft, in fact, is really rather stagecraft. And if you look through the book, you find exactly the same trick that we saw in Murad's court. But there are two interesting differences. The one is that Scott calls it the decollation of John Baptist, so sort of he translates it into an explicitly Christian context. And he also gives us a very specific date. He says, this was done by one Kingsfield of London at Bartholomew Tide, anno 1582, in the sight of divers that came to view this spectacle. I never would make the claim that this one Kingsfield also might have been present at the Istanbul performance, rather on the contrary, but I think it is an interesting index for the circulation of one and the same technique. Another instance is a very popular manuscript, Hocus Pocus Junior, The Anatomy of Legerdemain, published first in 1635, afterwards translated into numerous European languages, where we also find the trick of the decollation of John Baptist. And this image is very similar to the one we saw in Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft. we go back in time, we come across Girolamo Cardano's script De Subtilitate, where he also gives an account of various acrobatic acts, and one of them is, I quote, "They show a child without a head and the head without the child, but they are all alive and the child comes to no harm in the meantime," unquote. So very clearly, this is the same trick, as it is also mentioned by a Swiss Calvinist pastor, Ludwig Lavaterinos, in his 1569 treatise on ghosts, where he describes the very same performance, and where he sort of also comes to the conclusion this has nothing to do with diabolic acts, but it is, I quote, "plain juggling cast." This is a historical translation. Apart from these European references, we also find various references in the Muslim world of the early modern period. The Germanic Quranic scholar Stefan Wild, already in 1978, published a summary of a 15th century tract by Muhammad ibn, apologize for pronunciation, Abi Bakr al-Zakuri, who obviously was a juggler himself, and who describes, according to Wild, a very similar act to the one of the decollation of John Baptist and the mutilated bodies we have seen in Istanbul. And finally, the diary of the Indian Mughal Emperor Jahangir, 1569 to 1627, gives in one of the versions a description of what he calls Bengal performers who appeared at his court and who also sort of showed this act of cutting up an actor and eventually resurrecting him in the same moment. So obviously the Sea of Wonders reveals itself only in what seems to be unrelated fragments of various sources. And still we are able to identify and discern some common features. There is the experience of shattering astonishment, often mixing shock, even disgust, with a sensational turn to relief and amazement. And this very act also invites, in the different cultural contexts, a more thorough reflection on the transcendental and spiritual implications. In both East and West, the concept of magic at this point is present and highly ambivalent. Numerous tracts try to establish a clear definition and to draw a line between what is legitimate and illegitimate, and the critical point is always the question: is the devil involved directly or not involved? The French and English term legerdemain, sort of emphasizes a second aspect that should not get out of our sight here as well, and that is the question of skill and dexterity. Obviously, this is nothing you sort of try at first hand, but sort of something that needs to be trained, prepared, and requires some dexterity on all levels. The second point here I would like to emphasize is the fact that very often these performers are marked or described as members of foreign social groups. The Tsunami Humayun, for example, describes performers as Western captives in the house of the former Grand Vizier, and the historian Clifford Edmund Bosworth, for example, identifies the term Banu Sasan as a generic term for beggars, but also for jugglers and performers. In the European language, we find from the 17th century onwards the generic term of the so-called Savoyards, describing a specific region between Italy, Switzerland, and France. But of course, many of these performers did not come from Savoy, but it became the idea that they were sort of belonging to a certain group. So the question is sort of what do these terms insinuate, sort of what do they draw our attention to? And obviously that is the circulation of knowledge and expertise across cultural borders in a very radical way. Allow me, since I have 70 seconds left, sort of just two very brief remarks to conclude. The first one is that I would argue, with the words of the sociologist Boaventura de Sousa Santos, that what we have here in front of us is a proof for the plurality of epistemologies coexisting at the same time. This is what de Sousa Santos calls an ecology of knowledge. I quote, "It is an ecology because it is based on the recognition of the plurality of heterogeneous knowledges and on the sustained and dynamic interconnection between them without compromising their autonomy. The ecology of knowledges is founded on the idea that knowledge is interknowledge, and this interknowledge sort of circulates in the sphere of thaumaturgy." So circulation of expertise and technology, but also of material objects, which leads us to the question how and through what forms they circulate. Obviously, the often precarious social status of these performers gave them, on the other hand, some possibility to circulate in wider circles, although we have to admit that many of them were not exclusively performers. To conclude, the transmission of knowledge beyond conventional forms of training and learning is one of the decisive forces that fuels and acts as a catalyst for this field. And I think it is worth to discover this as a point of cultural interaction beyond the notions that seem to be firm and clear. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter. So the next presentation will be presented by Mohamed Nouali. Mohamed Nouali is Senior Professor at Mohammed First University, Faculty of Letters and Human Sciences in Oujda. The presentation is entitled, "How do we think about theater and spectacle by going beyond the reproduction of what is done in the West?" So, whenever you're ready, أي وقت تبقى جاهز.
شكرا سيدي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قبل أن أقوم بهذا العرض أشكر دكتور خالد أمين والمركز الدولي الذي بالنسبة إلي، وهذا أمر يلزمني ولا يلزم غيري، أنني أعتبره مدرسة. كما يعني لكان مولير بنى من مسرحه مدرسة كما يقول ميشيل بيتور في محاضراته، مدرسة للكبار، فأنا أجد نفسي هنا أتعلم وأفتح يعني مجال آخر للبحث. ما لاحظته من خلال هذه المناقشات أن هناك منحيان في، ولا أقيم ولكن هذا منطلق، منحيان في طروحات. حينما نتكلم مثلا من خلال إخواننا الغربيين أنهم ينطلقون من تجارب ومسرحيات لأسباب. السبب الأول أن المسرح عندهم شكل تعبيري أساسي في الوقت الذي نحن لم نرقى أو لم نحقق هذه المسألة في ثقافتنا. الجانب الثاني أن هذا يحيلنا أن علاقتنا يعني بالغرب تمر بمجموعة من الأشياء. فإخواننا في الغربيين حينما ينطلقون ويشاركوننا في هذا المؤتمر في يعني نقد تمركز الغربي، هم ينطلقون من أسباب أساسية. أولا، السبب الأول يعني سيصير سبب الاستكشاف الذي جعل مثلا مسرحية مثل أنير مشكين حينما ترى إحدى المسرحيات الشرقية تصاب بصعقة عن كود فودغ. هذه الصعقة التي نتج عنها محاولة فهم هذا الآخر، وبأن هناك في ضفاف أخرى غير غربية هناك تجارب رائدة وتجارب مهمة يمكن أن يستفاد منها، لا سيما فيما يمكن أن نطلق عليه بعلوم الجسد. فالجسد لا أقصد الجسد الذي تحدث عنه نيتشه الذي هو محور الغرائز يعني الشيطان، ولا الجسد عند ميرلون بونتي الذي هو الوعي والإدراك مقابل العقل، ولكن الجسد الذي لا يقوم على الطب الغربي الذي يقوم على التشريح على الجسد الميت، بل الجسد الحي البيو. هذا الجسد اللي فيه طاقة، الذي جعل الغرب نفسه يعتبر ذاته بأنه أصبح في علوم الجسد الشرقية أو الشرق الآسيوية تلميذا وأعطاه أستاذية. وهذا نجده في تحول السينما جذريا. نحن كنا نرى كولومبو، نرى القديس لوسان، نرى يتحدثون بعقلهم، ولكن ليس هناك لباس عادي، لباس معنى لا يهتم بالجسد ولكن يهتم. هذا الأمر نجده أساسا ثابت في البنية الفكرية للغرب في تحقيق الجسد منذ أفلاطون ومنذ المسيحية إلى 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 المراحل التي نجد فيها الآن يعني هزات معينة. فإخواننا الغربيين حينما ينطلقون من هذه التجارب ينطلقون من الاستكشاف ومن محاولة دمج عناصر غير موجودة عندهم من أجل أن تتقوى ثقافتهم الغربية، وهذا شيء مهم. نجد يشاركون في الديكولونيالية، ولكن الفرق بيننا وبينهم أنهم ينطلقون من موقف أخلاقي، وهذا الموقف الأخلاقي هو موقف مهم ونحن نعتز به، ولكن نحن ننطلق من موقف آخر. وهنا نجد ما نطرحه أن ننتجه من خطاب، يعني خطاب مقاوم أشكال الخطاب الاستعماري، أننا ننتج خطاب بدون أن نلتفت إلى العناصر الإنجازية ولا إلى المسرحيات. وتجدنا غياب مسرحيين في قاعة مدة 3 أيام من إلا القلة، يعني كان بعض الإخوان. فنجد في هذا المنحى أن نحن المسألة عندنا الديكولونية ليس موقفا، بل هي قضية. وهذه القضية كيف نشأت؟ إذا رجعنا للتحليل النفسي عند فرويد في كتابه، هو كتاب مدخل إلى التحليل النفسي، في الغلاف طرح ما يسمى بالجرح الأنطولوجي عند الغرب بعد اكتشاف يعني كوبرنيك لدوران الأرض، فحاول أن يعوض هذا الانجراح بجعل مركزية غربية انطلقت من الكشوفات الجغرافية ثم من الاستعمار ثم من الكولونيالية الحديثة، بينما نحن نعيش جرحا من مستوى آخر، جرح أنثروبولوجي ثقافي. لأن نجد أننا في لحظة في العصور الوسطى كان العالم العربي الإسلامي يقود، كان معلما، وكان الكثير من الكتب الغربيين الذين يصفوننا قرطبة عاصمة الفكر والثقافة للجوغارودي، يعني الوطن إيزيس الاهتمام باللغة العربية أنها كانت في آلاف السنين قبل حتى اليونانية. هذا الجرح الأنثروبولوجي جعلنا نعيش وعيا حادا في تناقض مع الذات، مع تراثنا، من خلال صدمة الحداثة. ما حدثته شوك المودرنيتي، صدمة الحداثة. لكن هذا الأمر جعل الانكفاء على التراث، ولكن التراث الذي تم الرجوع إليه هو التراث المدون، بينما ألغيت كتابات الهامش اللي هي أساسية. ذلك التراث المغيب من الحكايات والنوادر وكتب التي ليس فيها حدود بين المقدس والمدنس، كتب الجنس، كتب الحكايات، كتب الفسق، كتب هذه كانت يعني واحد الخريطة كبيرة، واحد المساحة كبيرة في ثقافتنا العربية الإسلامية لا نرجع إليها. ولا يعرف حتى الغربيين الذين يقولون بأننا نحن عندنا هذا الثالوث المحرم والذي يتبناه كثير من النخب عندنا. الجانب الآخر أن هذا الوعي بالآخر جعلنا نتتلمذ من الغرب، كما يقول المرحوم الملك الحساتاني في إحدى مقابلاته الصحفية، قال نحن نعرف أحد الصحفي نعرف عنكم ما لا تعرفونه عن أنفسكم. نحن قرأنا في جامعاتكم، قرأنا كل شيء نعرفه، والآن حينما تتحدث عن أساتذة تكلموا بالأمس يعرفون عن كانت ربما أكثر مما يعرفه أكثر من غيرهم. يعرفون عن هيجل، يعرفون عن ميلبونتي، يعرفون عن ديريدا، يعرفون معنى أن درسنا في لغاتكم ودرسنا. هذه الدراسة، هذا الفهم المتشكل جعل المرجعية الأساسية التي نعتمد عليها هي المرجعية الغربية في التعليم، في الأكاديمية، في التدريس، سواء في تدريس المسرح، في تدريس الفنون، في تدريس هذا شيء. من هنا جاء وعي آخر، وهو الوعي بالذات ولكن من منطلقات مغايرة. وهذا الوعي بالذات استندنا إلى جبهة عالمية، هذه الجبهة هي الجبهة الديكولونيالية، واللي شاركوا فيها يعني الغربي. لذلك المقال الذي يمكن أن أحدثه الآن أو أتكلم عنه هو مقال لا يشد عن سياق هذا المستوى الآخر الذي يقارب إشكالية المركزية الغربية، لا سيما في فنون الفرجة وفنون المسرح. وحينما نتكلم عن الهيستوغرافيا باعتبار أنها مراجعة للتدوينات والكتابات التاريخية المدعمة بترسانة من الوثائق وترسانة من البحوث التي تنجز في المعاهد الجامعية الغربية ونحاكيها نحن في جامعتنا، نجد أننا في الواقع نكون ضحية لكثير من الأحكام، لأن أي خطاب يطرح هو ليس مبرئا، وحتى النصوص العلمية والمعرفية فيها فجوات، فيها أحكام داخلية. نجد قرأت مثلا كتاب المرايا لبورخيس، حينما جعل حاكم عربي يأخذ سلطان عربي يأخذ حاكم غربي ويضعه يجلسه في جمل ويجعله في الصحراء يعني. هذا هو الوجه المنظور الغربي للثقافة العربية، أنها متاهة كبيرة لا قرار لها، لا نسق لها. فحينما نعرف أن هذا الخطاب الآخر الذي نعتز به ونتفاخر بتمثله نجده أساسا فيه سقطات، ومن السقطات الكثيرة التي نجدها مثلا نيتشه في كتاب لوكاليتي من المأساة كل يتحدث عن نيتشه ببلاغته المعهودة الفلسفية التي تثيرنا، لكن نيتشه حينما يتكلم عن الغربي هل هناك آرية في الخطاب، ولو أن هذا من الكتاب الأول ولكنه لم يتجاوزه بالنسبة إليه، حينما يقول أن الروح المأساوية تنعدم في الشعوب غير الآرية، تنعدم في الشعوب غير الآرية. والروح المأساوية تنبني على التراجيديا اليونانية المتواصلة الذي أخذها الغرب وبنى عليها مسرحه وشيد عليها كل أساسه الفكري بتجاوز اللحظة الرشدية رغم أنه استضمرها، وهذا هو المهم. فحينما يقول أن هذه الثقافات تقوم على الخطيئة والتكفير، ينسى نيتشه، يرد عليه شاعر عربي. هذا الشاعر العربي اسمحوا لي نشوف النص، شاعر عربي ومحمود درويش. محمود درويش يقول: نحن الذين كتبنا لكم النصوص، نحن الذين كتبنا لهم النصوص واختبأنا وراء الأولمب. فأي نص إيزيس أو خطيئة أو الفكر المأساوي، الثقافة المأساوية اليونان في اللحظة يعني التي أنتجت فيها، كان في خلفها نصوص أخرى نجدها عند الفراعنة في إيزيس، نجدها عند قشطار، نجدها عند تموز، كانت منتشرة في هذا المسألة. حتى مسرحية الضفادع صباحا تكلمت مع المبدع والمثقف الكبير سي محمد قوتي، قلت له هناك بنية ثابتة في البحر الأبيض المتوسط، في كل ثقافات البحر المتوسط يجب المراجعة إليها أو الرجوع إليها. هذه البنية هي بنية النزول إلى العالم السفلي والمحاكمة، وكل حضارة تمثلتها ورأتها بلحظة مختلفة، انطلاقا من كتاب الموتى الفرعوني إلى مسرحية الضفادع إلى رسالة الغفران إلى الكوميديا الإلهي. لا أقول أن في رسالة الغفران أن المعري رأى أو كان اطلع على مسرح الضفادع، ولكن في الواقع أو في الحقيقة لا يمكنني الجزم بأنه لم يطلع. نبقاو في العتبة، اطلع ولم يطلع أو اطلع بشكل من الأشكال. هذا تقريب هذا النوع من الضفادع الذي جعلنا نبحث الآن، وظهر مثقفين في الغرب تجاوزوا عقدة التفوق، وهذه مسألة أساسية، قضية أخلاقية، أنهم يبحثون بعقلية متحررة ويبحثون عن الآخر ويكتشفون ويستمتعون بهذا الاكتشاف، ونجده كذلك في آخر مداخلة ومداخلات اللي سبقت حينما يرجعون إلى هذا النصوص. كتب جيرار جونيت فيغير، كتب لو بالامبسيست. لو بالامبسيست شنو هو؟ هو ذاك القراطاج حينما كان الرق يؤتى من مصر، يؤتى الى الاندلس، وقبل حروب الاسترداد بدأ الناس أو بدأ الغربيين من فرنسا من أمريكا يطلعوا على الثقافة العربية ويكتبون فزاد سعر ذلك الرق، فبدأ القراطاج يكتبون عليها، يمحون ويكتبون. من هنا جاء فكرة التنص، أن النصوص متراكبة. لكن جيرار جونيت لو تأمل أكثر لوجد أن هذه العملية هي عملية التدوين التاريخي نفسه. في الأندلس حينما استولت الكنيسة على الوثائق، وقع فيها تحريف وفيها تزوير وفيها حتى الكتب الذين يعني حاولوا أن يرجعوا إلى ما قاله ابن رشد، وأنا أتكلم عن ابن رشد، هناك دائما إساءة فهم، لأن للغة العربية مجموعة من المفردات التي تفيد معاني مخصصة. نحن عندنا في أسماء الجمال، أسماء الأسد، أسماء كثيرة، ولكن كل اسم له خاصية، يبحث في خاصية معينة. فحينما يقول مثلا يترجم ابن رشد المأساة المديح والكوميديا بالهجاء ويعرض به بورخيس، يقول لو طلع يعني من نافذته لوجد يعني الناس أحدهم الأطفال يقول تعالوا سنلعب لعبة المؤدين. هو ينفي بأن ابن رشد يعني لم يشاهد مسرحا، صحيح. نرجع إلى إشكالية أرسطو يدون وهو يكتب تراجيديا، كانت تراجيديا انقضت مدة قرن من الزمن، ما وجده أعمال باهتة، ووجد معه نصوص رائعة قديمة، فكانت نظريته نظرية درامية أولت بأنها نظرية مسرحية، وهذا الصح خالد أمين والصح مجموعة من إذن نفس المفارقة، نفس الإشكالية التي عاشها أرسطو في ثقافته الإغريقية باختلاف معين، أن هذه الثقافة كانت تعرف الدراما وكانت تعرف المسرح عن ابن رشد، لكن ابن رشد كان ينظر من منظور ثقافته الداخلية، وهذا هو الذي نعجز عن فهمه. كيف يمكن أن ندخل إلى ثقافة أخرى من خلال عدم الدخول إلى سياقاتها الداخلية ونسقتها المعرفية الخاصة؟ ابن رشد حينما ترجم التراجيديا بالمديح لم يكن مخطئا، لأن هدف التراجيديا وهو ما يمكن أن يقع. هذا ما يمكن أن يقع في القرن 17 أصبحت ما يجب أن يقع طبقا للإيديولوجيا ديال لويس الرابع عشر، اللي حاول يجذب الحياة الأخرى، فرضت ودارت الأكاديمية، فرضت وحكمت أعمال مثل لوسيد، وحكمت اللي قبلها لا برانسيس دو غليب ديال مدام ساباتين. أنا أقول واحد البيت شعري يقول المتنبي بعد وفاة سيف الدولة، هذا كان حاكم، هذا المتنبي هو شاعرنا الكبير، بحال كنقولوا شكسبير ولا نقولوا لويس بورخيس في الأرجنتين، أو نقول دانتي في إيطاليا، هذا شاعرنا. يقول: أسيف الدولة استنجد بصبر فما بمثل صبرك للجبال. يقول: وأفجع من وجدنا، لاحظ، أفجع من وجدنا من فقدنا قبة إلى الفقد مفقود المثال، بمعنى أن المتنبي لم يكن يرسم صورة أو يصف سيف الدولة، كان يصف لما يمكن أن يكون عليه سيف الدولة، وحينما رأى ملامح الضعف عليه تكسرت تلك الصورة. هذه روح المأساة في الوظيفة ديالها، بناء تدخل في النسق الثقافي العربي. لا نحمل هذا النقد على مقاسات ثقافات أخرى. من هنا يمكن أن أقول أن مراجعة التاريخ هي مراجعة أحكام، لأن الخطاب مضلل. احنا عندنا في الثقافة العربية قول مأثور: إن من البيان لسحر، إن من البيان لسحر. البيان هو أن تجعل السامع مسحورا يعتقد الحق باطلا والباطل حق. هذه هي روح الخطاب اللي حللها المنطلق اللي حلوا مثلا فوكو اللي مشى مع ادوارد ولا او غيره. غير ان هذا الخطاب تكون عنده واحد البلاغه، وهذه البلاغه تجعل خطاباتنا الديكولونياليه بحدها تكون هي خطابات في الحقيقه خطب، تصبح خطب وعظيه. انا كنت في فصل اخر ستجدونه انتقدت نفسي من خلال انتقاد خطاب النخبه في تعاملها مع هذا الخطاب ذاته، حينما تستعير مسميات ومفردات وغير ذلك. ربما الاستاذ خالد امين صح بعض الاشياء حينما نتكلم مثلا على اوبرا بيكين، او نتكلم على التفكيك، او نتكلم على الخطاب، او ننسى عناصر كثيره في ثقافتنا. اشكركم واستسمع على هذا.
شكرا أستاذ محمد. We conclude the panel with the last presentation by Mohamed Jalid, Associate Professor of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Humanities, Beni Malla in Morocco. And the presentation is entitled The Tifo as Contested Visual Text, Aesthetics and Resistance in Moroccan Ultras Displays.
Thank you, Ms. Nisreen. My thanks go also to Professor Khalid Amin and the organizing committee. My paper is titled The Tifo as a Contested Visual Text, Aesthetics and Resistance in Moroccan Ultras Displays. Stadium performance is one of the most powerful and ephemeral sites of collective political expression in contemporary North Africa and Arab world. Few displays in the entire continent and the Arab world rarely rival the scale and the complexity of the Moroccan football ultras tifos, particularly those orchestrated by different groups of Casablanca derby rivals, that is Raja and Wydad. These huge, well-designed banners often spanning the entire cover are not just colorful displays which seek to enhance the fervent feelings of fundament support. They represent visual crafts that reflect different and deep messages. In a public sphere where traditional media and civil society are subject to considerable official scrutiny, the stands of stadium function as semi-autonomous public spaces where alternative narratives and sharp criticism of authority can temporarily take place. To categorize the Tifo primarily as a form of fan performance in opposition to media tendency to downplay its importance, one has to focus on its performative nature. Instead of showing it as an act of hooliganism or vandalism, one has to overlook the ultra-associated violence, that is, to emphasize the intricate aesthetic and political labor involved in such a performance. Media's reductive framing fails to grasp the ultras performance in general and their Tifos in particular as visual and performative texts, which directly or indirectly imply meaningful dimensions. They are also highly preoccupied and deeply engaged with Morocco's social, political, and economic realities. By treating them as mere fun display, its deliberate function as an action of contest and protest and a vehicle for communication is totally overlooked. The ultras phenomenon is commonly identified in the existing scholarship as groups of people, that is, football fans, acting in the public space and constructing and exercising a political identity. North African ultras are no exception. These groups create, negotiate, and declare their political messages through weekly performances in stadiums, streets, squares, neighborhoods, etc. Tifos, of course, are one type of such performance and serve as media for their messages. Following scholars like Hobsbawm, the Tifo can be viewed as an invented tradition, that is, a highly formalized ritual that reinforces group identity and collective memory. Furthermore, the stadium is often considered as a contested public space or a temporary heterotopia. I'm using here, of course, Foucault's notion, where the norms and the rules of political speech are temporarily altered. However, performance studies provide much of this literature. Such a field places particular importance on the fan's energy and action. It also focuses on the production and meaning of the visual object itself. Therefore, the Tifo's political complexity lies in both its status as ritualistic performance and its materiality as a structured form of public visual action, expression, and communication. This study will analyze some Tifo displays, but I'm not going to show them. I'm afraid they are restricted by property rights. The objective is to consider how the Tifo is employed by the Moroccan ultras as a medium communicating contest and protest at the same time. Based on Barthes' semiotic model, connotation, denotation, the Tifo can be decomposed into its constituent element, that is, denotative imagery, the literal, explicit, and overt image, and connotative messaging, which refers to the implicit cultural, historical, or political meaning. The Tifo aesthetic production includes writing, symbols, colors, and icons. It also uses visual typography for explicit slogans. Such a typography is not arbitrary. Rather, it is a text highly imbued with specific, legible, and sometimes antonymic meanings and binary oppositions. The Tifo is strong for its capacity for highlighting polysemy. By using Tifos, ultras can mock each other, sometimes to the point of belittling others. Yet, they can express clear critique for and maintain plausible deniability to external power structures. That I mean here state, football federation, police, etc. The ultras' collective agency and shared understanding of fandom are further encoded by the underground and collaborative nature of the Tifo's creation and the artistic production. The Tifo's political dimension is partially highlighted when examined through a resistance perspective. Following Frantz Fanon, resistance is understood as a political and military struggle against colonial domination. It is also an essential process of cultural production that confronts the historical and psychological legacy of imperialism. It, I quote, it sets out to change the order of the world and transform, end of quote, and transforms its inessential spectators into dynamic and privileged actors. In the post-colonial Moroccan context, this perspective serves as a tool to analyze how the ultras employ the visual text, particularly Tifos, to challenge neo-colonial influences, to express solidarity with people still under colonial occupation, such as the Palestinians, and to oppose, even to subvert the inherited structures of post-independence dictatorship. In brief, the Tifo seeks to change the order of the world, I'm using here Fanon's expression again, and to transform passive fans and the whole public into engaged actors. The ultras' emphasis on local history, social grievance, and regional issues transformed the Tifo into a site for regenerating marginalized narratives and communicating opposite views and stances. These visual texts actively engage in counter-hegemonic discourse. They visually represent alternative historical accounts that enhance people's narratives, which are mostly sanctioned by the state. Therefore, these texts highlight and amplify fan groups' voices and criticize the socio-economic frustrations of the majority excluded from mainstream political and media spaces. The ephemeral, collaborative, and politically sensitive nature of Tifo creation and production in Morocco entails considering it as a decolonial text. The approach will be multimodal, centered on the analysis of primary Tifo images. It will later be contextualized by the collective intentions and roles behind the Tifo creation. This approach will analyze specific instances necessary when dealing with Tifo's complex, context-dependent visual presentation. Some highly complex and politically charged Tifos staged between 2015 and 2025 will be selected for this approach. The selection rationale lies in the fact that they maximize thematic variety across the registers of contest, protest, and resistance. The case studies will be drawn from the historically charged Casablanca derby, as I said before, and other politically significant matches. I'm going to skip some sections that explain each Tifo separately because I do not have the right to present them. For instance, here I have two Tifos, one that says that ultras are free souls, and the other that shows us a Spartan-like warrior, which shows that ultras are type of warriors fighting others. The registers of resistance embedded in the Moroccan ultras actions imply in most cases a sharp criticism of the establishment. I mean, for instance, the state, police, football federation, global capitalism, etc. The Tifo serves as a medium to carry out and disseminate the ultras' unique position as groups marginalized and oppressed by such establishment. Because of this marginalized and oppression, the Tifo creation and production are always suppressed and censored. That is why they are usually secretly enacted. By analyzing the clandestine collaborative process of Tifo creation and production, which can be labeled here as the secret factory, the study reveals that the creation and production processes are as significant as the final visual text presented in the stadium. The ultras collective agency, organization, and action into the public space challenge the commanding, individualized nature of political action. This action is translated by the state's rules, sanctions, and control, the police repression, the football federation measures, etc. Ultimately, the stadium, the arena where tifos are presented, becomes an alternative site where the marginalized voices and suppressed narratives of Moroccan youth are enacted and regenerated. It is therefore transformed into a space where the Moroccan ultras highlight their discourses and registers of resistance. In addition to being a medium, the Tifo functions as an act of political expression in the Moroccan political context, where public space embracing critical discourse has been becoming increasingly restricted and even punishable. Since 2017, by transforming the stands of a stadium every week into an arena for public communication through using tifos, the Moroccan ultras scheme and get around the establishment's control and censorship. A tifo offers direct or allegorical critiques of the domestic social contract. It challenges authorities. It criticizes socio-economic disparities. It denounces corruption and mismanagement of administration. These critiques are often implied, concealed, or unclear because thus gaining immunity thanks to the visual text complex codes. The Tifo's messages are encoded using allegory and historical analogy. Being artistically camouflaged, such messages allow sensitive topics to be discussed publicly. Some ultras tifos use historical memory as a strategy for expression and enactment of displays at the same time. Moroccan ultras frequently incorporate specific imagery in their tifos, referring either to the colonial protectorate, nationalist struggles, figures of anti-colonial resistance, etc. These historical allusions do not reflect a past nostalgia or wishful thinking. Rather, they establish a moral continuity of the same idea that guided the national liberation and the resistance against colonial domination. In addition, by juxtaposing them against a perceived heroic past, they imply cutting criticism of state practices nowadays. While allegory offers the possibility of encoding ultras messages and concealing their intentions, many tifos boldly and explicitly express their statement. The Moroccan ultras Tifos directly address contemporary issues like poor education programs, and recently we have seen a Tifo that says, that compares the economic crisis with the lack of health care in Morocco, unemployment, poor public services, administrative corruption, criticism of the establishment, the use of the standard Arabic and Darija, the daily Moroccan Arabic dialect in these banners, provide the local audience with the immediate possibility of deciphering the Tifo's message. Using local dialect emphasizes the grounded nature of the Tifo's message. Therefore, moving from covert allegory to overt political statement, and from encoding to decoding, from connotation to denotation, reflect but visual semiotic analysis, that is, to reveal the Tifo's real message or meaning. The Moroccan ultras Tifo is inherently hybrid. It is surely derived from European, more specifically Scottish and Italian culture. However, it is entirely 2 minutes. Yeah. It is entirely recontextualized for local political needs and adopts local forms of discourses. I still have some interesting ideas to discuss about the neo-colonial visual imagery in the ultras Tifos, but I'm going, and also the critics of... Yeah, yeah, of course. And the critiques of the commodification of fan identity, but I'm going to skip all these sections to conclude. Yeah. Well, to conclude, the Tifo is not a mere performance or hooligan display. Instead, it is meticulously crafted visual text seeking to construct a meaning and achieve various objectives. Studying the Tifo's registers confirms the core thesis. The Tifo is based on a sophisticated aesthetic design and production, and uses historical memory and articulate strong, often censored critiques. Through allegory and historical analogy, the displays often offer sharp internal critiques of the establishment, state policies, police practices, and administration corruption. The stadium stands function after being appropriated, and here I'm referring to the notion discussed by Griffith in key concepts of cultural studies. After being appropriated as an ideal and immune temporary public arena where such critiques are publicly declared, the Tifo serves as a powerful strategy to counter football federation measures and neo-colonial and capitalist flows through recontextualizing global iconography. The ultras assert local cultural sovereignty against global commodification. The collective, secret, and sometimes illicit design and production process itself, labeled here as a secret factory, along with the resulting visual narratives, assumes a crucial decolonial function by regenerating and amplifying the marginalized social historical narratives. By applying a combined theoretical framework of visual semiotics, performance studies, and the colonial theory, the study shifts the scholarly preoccupations with the Moroccan ultras activities and culture from the patterns of violence, routine, and lawlessness, which are usually perceived from external positions, hooligan acts, for instance, to being interested in its internal, generative, artistic, and political labor. More broadly, through adopting such a framework, this study seeks to understand the ultras ephemeral public art and the resistance communication. In other words, it seeks to reveal how the ultras groups maneuver to convey their actions and messages in authoritarian or semi-authoritarian contexts. The Tifo demonstrates how groups excluded from formal civil society can still perform powerful acts of political intervention and the historical archiving using non-traditional media. Thank you.
Shukran, Ustaz Mohammed, and thank you to all the speakers for the wonderful and rich presentations that in various ways they look at, in general terms, at recentering marginalized and underrepresented narratives and epistemologies as resistance to dominant discourse through looking at a set of really wonderful, powerful examples and sensitive methodologies of practice and scholarship. We have only 5 minutes for questions and answers, so I'd like to open the floor for questions. But first, if we can get Joanna on the screen, please, if she's still online. لو ممكن جوانا على الزوم تطلع على الزوم عشان تبقى معانا في السبيس لو هي لسه موجودة. And in the meantime, we can take questions. Yes. Yes. No. Excuse me. Yes, yourself. Yes, you. And then this one.
Speaking of building bridges through the Sea of Wonders, recently we were in Istanbul and we found a mosque that allegedly Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote de la Mancha, helped build while he was captive. And there's a hypothesis that probably Cervantes was in Istanbul around the time when this display that you mentioned happened. And as you might recall, in Don Quixote de la Mancha, there are several chapters about how different characters attempt to trick Don Quixote with devices, speaking heads and things like that, and how this is revealed as hocus pocus, as using witchcraft that really isn't. So I found it very interesting, this bridge with Spanish classic literature, with this image, and how this novel still makes us wonder and enchants us. But the interconnections, of course, between Cervantes and Arab culture or Islamic culture is very interesting.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. I think there's an opportunity to. Thank you so much. I think really Don Quixote is a text that is full of this question of thaumaturgy. When is it diabolic art? And of course, the character itself could be read as a lens to reflect on the question of wonder and being at the limits of one's own comprehension. But I'm very grateful for the reference to this mosque building in Istanbul. I think this is really one of the overlooked episodes in Cervantes' lives that really hasn't been accounted for, that it's not just a biographical note, but really creates the intellectual horizon. Thank you so much. Thanks.
And then the second question, حضرتك كان عندك سؤال؟ ممكن المايك؟
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Gluvic. I was particularly intrigued by this performance, which is People of No Consequence. And I could not help situating it in the longue durée. This is reminiscent, of course, of Gorky, the lower depths. It even Gozinstav's in glare during the Soviet times. And now I see this, and I'm wondering whether this is a matter of policy, of reconciliation, who's behind it. I mean, we know that such projects, that seek, of course, to stir memories are there for particular purpose, either repair or reconciliation or whatever. So I'm wondering if you could provide more textual information about this. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke with the artist Aslan Goysum, whose last name used to be Goysumov because of Russification, and he recently went back to Goysum, which was the original last name of his family. It is very personal work, and the other work that he created that's called After the Village, from his grandmother comes from, and his grandmother was in one of the photos. That close-up was of his grandmother, the beginning. He decided not to show further. He showed it a couple of times. He shared it with me, but then asked me not to show videos of it, and then I decided not to talk about it. So I don't think that it created, that it had an obvious political agenda beyond of trying to offer some kind of a record of what happened. He works, I wouldn't say in exile, but he works abroad predominantly. When I interviewed him, he was in Istanbul and most recently in Northern Europe, I believe in Copenhagen. So I'm not aware of a particular movement on the ground in in the region where he's coming from, in Grozny and the rest. And I think because of the current geopolitical situation in particular, right? I mean, we do remember 2 Chechen wars, and that gets referenced in recent artistic works. For example, Kantemir Balagov has a film, Closer, that referenced that history in a very interesting way, but he's also in exile. So I think some kind of space for dissent or very open political debates about these histories at the moment very much closed in the region. Madina Tlostanova is my kind of critical theorist reference, main critical theory reference here. She's also obviously abroad. She works in Sweden. So yeah, but I'm also not, I'm really new to this material, so I cannot speak categorically about this as well.
Thank you. If you can just squeeze one last question, if you can make it as brief as possible, please. Thank you. لو تقدر يبقى مختصر على قد ما تقدر.
مساء الخير، مساءكم سعيد. سعيد بأن أكون معكم اليوم في هذا اليوم الجميل في هذه المدينة الجميلة، مع وجوه أتحفونا صراحة بمجموعة من المداخلات الرائعة حول موضوع الندوة. تفاعلا مع الأستاذ السي محمد جليد الذي تحدث عن التيفو باعتباره نوعا من الفرجة على ما أظن. باعتباره نوعا من الفرجة لأنه اعتمد مجموعة من الخصائص الجمالية يعني المسائل التي ندرجها ضمن المسرح أو ضمن الفرجة، مثلا الصوت، الصراخ، القفز، الرقص، يعني كل هذا يمكننا أن نلمسه من خلال التظاهرات التي كانت تزامن مباريات كرة القدم، والتيفو باعتباره يعني مسرحا للألوان ومسرحا للأشكال التي تعتبر فرجة رائعة وجمالية. سؤالي لكم أستاذي، إلى أي حد يمكننا اعتبار التيفو يعني مظهرا جماليا يمكن أن يحدد وعيا بالنضال الاجتماعي والدفاع عن الهامش والمهمش؟ شكرا.
لو تحاول تخلي الإجابة مختصرة على
طبعا. شكرا جزيلا على هذا السؤال. أعتقد أن ما حاولت الدراسة أن تبينه هو أن تنتقل بهذا الحامل من مستواه الذي يكشف كما قلت الأشكال والألوان أو حتى التعبيرات إلى أن يكون نصا بصريا يعمل نفس التقنيات التي تشتغل بها النصوص الأدبية، مثلا الاستعارة. التيفو المغربي وحتى يناور كما قلت في الورقة الرقابة والمنع، يعمل أو يلجأ إلى هذه التقنية من أجل التعبير عن دلالاته ومعانيه. فعلى سبيل المثال أعطي مثال، يعني صورة موجودة ستجدونها في المقالة إذا نشرت، الغرفة 101 المستوحاة من رواية جورج أورويل 1984، والإشارة كانت يعني أنها غرفة التي يتعذب فيها خصوم فريق الرجاء، بينما يمكن أن نقول أن الإشارة يعني الواضحة قد تكون متجاوزة إلى معنى ضمني، أي انتقاد السلوكات أو الممارسات التي تمارس خلف أسوار الاعتقال. ثم هناك أيضا تيفو آخر الذي أثار الكثير من الجدل بين يعني جمهور كرة القدم والسلطة، ويتعلق الأمر بالمغنية الصلعاء. فيه الكثير من الدلالات لا يتسع الوقت، قد نتحدث عنها لاحقا. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لكل المتحدثين. Thank you for all the speakers and thank you for all the audience, and I'm sure the conversation will continue over the next few days. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna. We can finally see you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the patience with my technical difficulties. I'm glad I was able to participate.
Of course, we're happy for your presence. Thank you.
انا البيسي الثاني زود طبعا ما رضيتش يبدا. ما شاءش ماشي مشكل من هذا سقسي يقول له شنو هذا الدكتور عنه ما جاشي انا كنعرفو ما عندوش التومه ولا عزيز كاع شفتها بدينا مساء الخير عليكم. شكرا على الحضور ديالكم معنا اليوم. Thank you for being here today. As it turned out, our panel was supposed to have 3 presenters, but Yahya ibn al-Walid could not make it, so it's just going to be the 2 of us, Professor Jamal Aqbil and myself. So I get started with my presentation because we're running a bit out of time. And I'd like to remind you that whatever it is that we are talking about, Dr. Jamal and myself will have the pleasure to witness a bit later as the Jahjūka performance group. The master musicians of Jahjūka are among us today, and it'll be a real treat to see them perform. So I get started with my presentation called From Saintly Veneration to World Stage, Curated Authenticity and the Afterlife of Jahjūkan Sound. Can you close that door? The village of Jahjūka, perched in the hills of Morocco's El Srif tribal region, has long been home to a music tradition rooted in healing ritual, saintly veneration, and hereditary transmission. For generations, the master musicians of Jahjūka have performed during religious festivals associated with Sidi Ahmed Sheikh, believed to bless pilgrims seeking cures for infertility and mental illness. Their sonic practice, centered on the oboe-like ghaita, tabal, drum, and lira, flute, in addition to the vocal haita, is embedded with sacred cosmology and a mythically sanctioned social contract that exempts the musicians from agricultural labor in exchange for their ritual function. In 1968, the tradition was abruptly recontextualized through a recording session with Rolling Stones guitarist Brian Jones, resulting in the album Brian Jones Presents the Pipes of Pan of Jahjūka. Post-produced in London and branded under Jones's name, the album marked the beginning of Jahjūka's entanglement with the burgeoning global music market. What followed was not merely Western fascination with Jahjūkan sound, marketed as primal, hypnotic, and timeless, but a series of transformation that fractured the local community, recast its aesthetic, and redefined its legitimacy for foreign audiences. My concern in this paper is less with representational and Orientalist afterlives of the Rolling Stones intervention. That would be Dr. Aqbil's job today. But I'm more concerned with the tradition's internal politics, the way Jahjūka musicians curate sacred lineage, educate legitimacy, and navigate global visibility on their own terms. In other words, while the external dynamics of appropriation and misrecognition form the backdrop of the history, my focus turns inward to the indigenous criteria, conflicts, and creatorial strategies through which authenticity is produced, defended, and contested within the community itself. This paper argues that the Jahjūka phenomenon reveals a process I called curated authenticity, a form of cultural agency through which traditional elements are selectively shaped, mediated, and calibrated to balance local credibility with global marketability. Rather than understanding the trajectory of Jahjūka music as one of decline or distortion, I suggest that the two ensembles that emerge, Jahjūka and Jahjūka, embody divergent strategies of curatorial agency. Through repertoire selection, instrumentation, performance context, staging, and costuming, each fraction has constructed and continues to construct its own version of what it counts as authentic. The intervention I offer here is a shift in analytical scale. Whereas much scholarship has centered on Western mediation of Jahjūkan sound, I turned instead to the musician's own interpretive frameworks, the insider categories, moral obligations, and ritual logics that structure their decisions. By situating curated authenticity within these indigenous terms, I aim to show that the schism is not simply an outcome of global circulation, but an internally driven negotiation over sacred mandate and legitimate inheritance. In doing so, the analysis sets the stage for the conceptual work developed later in the paper, an approach that intersects with, yet departs from, frameworks such as Dean McCannell's staged authenticity or Gayatri Spivak's strategic essentialism, by grounding the question of authenticity in the lived curatorial practices of Jahjūka musicians themselves. Drawing on fieldwork conducted in 2022 and 2023, including interviews with musicians, key figures in the village, and cultural intermediaries, along with analysis of press and media reception, this study reframes authenticity not as a static inheritance, but as a terrain of negotiation. In doing so, it contributes to broader debates in ethnomusicology and postcolonial studies regarding the politics of cultural preservation, the pitfalls surrounding representation, and the performance of ethnic identity on the world stage. The legitimacy of the Jahjūkan music tradition is anchored in a foundational narrative, a sacred covenant between the musician's ancestors and Sidi Ahmed Sheikh, a local saint believed to have spread Islam through the region as early as the 9th century. As the legend goes, during his lifetime, the saint taught two of his servants, Al-Attar and Dartouri, to play music in order to assist in spiritual gatherings and call the faithful. In return, he promised that they and their descendants would be released from agrarian labor and serve instead as hereditary musicians. As one of the Dartouri musicians related to me, quote, "The saint told my ancestor, 'This music is my blessing, my barakah. So long as you hold on to it, you will never need to seek another trade.'" Over time, this pact evolved into a multi-generational lineage of hereditary musicians, culminating in the formation of what became known as the master musicians of Jahjūka. Their music, believed to carry the saint's barakah, divine blessing, has long been used in healing rituals, particularly for mental illness and fertility. To this day, villagers and pilgrims alike visit the shrine of Sidi Ahmed Sheikh to request intercession through the musician's performance, which is understood to be both a sacred inheritance and a living conduit of spiritual power. At the heart of this tradition is a two-part ensemble, ghaita, double reed oboe, and the tabals, large and small drums, performed in ritual contexts linked to fertility, trance, and the symbolic figure of Bujlud, a goat-like character believed to transmit blessings through dance. The music is not merely art, but sacred labor, passed down through the Mu'allim and Ta'allim systems of master-apprentice transmission. In this system, young musicians, Muta'allims, are apprenticed to older masters, Mu'allims, often from within the same familial line, and are expected not only to master techniques, but also to embody the ethical and spiritual compartment appropriate to their inherited roles. These systems bind music skill to moral responsibility, reinforcing continuity through lineage rather than innovation. The Jahjūka musicians' own narratives reflect deep investment in this sacred genealogy. During my fieldwork, several elders emphasized that their role is not artistic by choice, but an ancestral obligation. This is what we know, the leader Ahmed, who will be seeing here later today, once told me. This isn't just something we learned. It is what we were born into. Our fathers did it. Their fathers did it. It's in our hands. It's in our blood. It's in our breath. This is our path. The stakes of continuity are high, not only for preserving ritual efficacy, but also for maintaining a social identity premised on baraka, the saintly blessing believed to animate their sound. The sacred framework served as the internal logic upon which claims to authenticity would later be constructed. What emerged in subsequent decades, particularly after the 1968 encounter with Brian Jones, became a process of external reinterpretation. Yet, even these external framings are shaped by how insiders position themselves as guardian of a spiritually sanctioned repertoire. The aura of the music, its legitimacy, effective force, and sonic authority derives from this history of veneration. As such, any deviation from its core elements arguably risks not only aesthetic criticism, but the perception of violating sacred trust. It is this sacred lineage that forms the baseline of what would become curated authenticity, the shared cultural substrate from which divergent ensembles construct competing visions of tradition. The ripper in the Jahjūkan tradition, formally split in two ensembles in the 1970s, should not be understood as a simple matter of interpersonal conflict or artistic difference. Rather, it marks a pivotal moment in which the custodians of a sacred music lineage became faced with a profound dilemma: how to continue performing a tradition with deep local roots under the gaze of global audience. This dilemma gave rise to what I called curated authenticity, the strategic selection, presentation, and performance of authentic tradition under the pressures of transnational visibility. The split in this sense is not only organizational, but epistemological. The two resulting ensembles, each led by members of the original Attar family, would take divergent paths. Bashir al-Attar retained the spelling Jahjūka, J-A-J, and embraced a cosmopolitan, collaborative, and often experimental posture. Ahmed Attar's group, by contrast, returned to the older spelling of Jahjūka, J-O-U-J, and remains based in the village, emphasizing continuity, ritual propriety, and spiritual lineage. Each ensemble has created its authenticity through different means: selection of repertoires, instrumentation, language, visual presentation, and association. In 2022, I met Ahmed and Absalam in Jahjūka. We spoke at length about the meanings of music, legitimacy, and change. Our conversation turned onto a promotional image of Bashir Ensemble, and the reaction was immediate. "This is not our music," Absalam said flatly. "None of these people, except for Bashir, are from the village." The term he used are baraniyin, outsiders. For Ahmed and his cohort, sacred legitimacy is inseparable from geographic rootedness. Bashir's international mobility, his residences in Tangier, Paris, and New York, and his ties to Western figures like Patti Smith, Cherry Notting, Ornette Coleman, and Talvin Singh, and of course the Rolling Stones, are framed as indicators of cultural disengagement. Much of the critique revolved around visual and sonic cues, clothing, instrumentation, and the presence or absence of key symbolic elements. Ahmed pointed to the ensemble's attire in the promo photo and scoffed, "That's a kaftan, a woman's garment. We've worn the jilab for centuries. Even Bashir's dad would have been livid to see this." Clothing here functions as a metonym of tradition, gender propriety, and fidelity to lineage. The use of instruments like the gimri, kamanja, and derbuka in Bashir's ensemble elicited further disdain. Non-traditional stuff, Ahmed called them, noting in addition that the ghaita, emblem of this sacred sound, was conspicuously absent. Beyond attire and instrumentation, their deeper grievance concerned mastery. Bashir's collaborations were simply not considered ma'alimin by Jahjūkan standards. They were competent, even excellent musicians, but they lacked initiation into the village's ritual tradition. Their musical output, Ahmed and Absalam insisted, was technically interesting, but spiritually empty. "We call this tkharbek, rubbish," Absalam told me after hearing one of the Bashir's recording with the electronica artist Talvin Singh. Absalam elaborated, "These people have no relation to this music whatsoever. They sat down with Bashir, him on his ghaita, them on their instruments, give me some, take some, zid, do it some more, and they recorded. Tkharbek, This is what we call this. This critique is not just aesthetic, but ontological. What is being performed, in their view, is not Jahjūkan music in any meaningful sense. This moment of judgment is illustrative of curated authenticity. Each side claims the authority to determine what the tradition is, but that claim rests not on abstract principles alone. It is grounded in specific curatorial practices. For Ahmed and his ensemble, curation means safeguarding continuity through rigid adherence to lineage, ritual propriety, and village-based rehearsal of sacred repertoire. Their authenticity is sustained through conservation. For Bashir's ensemble, authenticity lies in the tradition's capacity to evolve, to engage in dialogue, to reflect lived reality across time and place. Their authenticity is curated through translation. The artistic schemes is therefore not a binary of authentic versus inauthentic, but rather a dialectic between two curatorial strategies, each internally coherent, each deeply invested in the legitimacy of its own practice. What unites them, ironically, is their shared dependence on authenticity as a performative construct, one that must be constantly enacted, defended, and recognized across cultural and commercial boundaries. The material infrastructure around each group reflects the divergent curations. Ahmed's ensemble retains a close relationship with the village's mosque and school, performs during seasonal rituals, and avoids significant collaborations with foreign musicians. Their international tours are rare, and when they occur, they are tightly managed to minimize compromise. Bashir's group, meanwhile, frequently tours Europe and North America, collaborates with avant-garde and rock musicians, and appears in venues ranging from jazz clubs to major festivals. Their recordings, often produced in Western studios, frequently bear the marks of genre blending and post-production modification, choices they defend as necessary for global relevance. At the core of this rift lies a deeper question. What is preserved when a tradition is made legible to others? And who gets to decide? The Jahjūka case makes it clear that authenticity is not passive inheritance, but an active performance, one shaped by aesthetic values, spiritual commitments, political economies, and the interpretive gaze of audiences near and far. By treating authenticity as something curated, we are able to move beyond reductive frameworks of cultural loss or purity and towards an understanding of tradition as a dynamic and contested site of negotiation. If this schism between Jahjūka and Jahjūka reveals divergent curations of tradition, the act of performing barra, literally outside, brings the implication of those curations into sharp relief. As Jahjūkan music moves beyond its ritual context and enters the domain of global festivals, concert halls, and online media, it undergoes a translation, not just of sound, but of meaning. Barra is not merely geographic. It marks a condition of dislocation, wherein music shaped by sacred lineage is subjected to interpretive regimes far removed from its cosmology. The master musician of Jahjūka's repeated participation in the 2023 Glastonbury Festival provides a vivid example. Sharing the stage with global icons like Elton John and Guns N' Roses, they performed to thousands in contexts radically different from the ritual enclosures of Jahjūka's stage on Village Festival. On the one hand, this visibility is welcome. The musicians see it as an opportunity to assert their tradition before new audiences, and not least as a valuable source of income in a precarious rural economy. On the other hand, it presents a challenge of control. While the sound may travel, its meaning often does not. International media coverage reflects this disjuncture. Outlets have described the group as a trance music collective from Morocco, or a group of Sufi musicians playing healing music. These portrayals are not only inaccurate, they're reductive. They reduce a complex, historically grounded practice to a set of exotic beyonds that conform to Orientalist fantasies of mysticism and timelessness. The Sufi label, through popular and global music circuits, is misleading. The Jahjūkan tradition is not institutionally Sufi, and I know nobody in Jahjūka's village who claims to be a Sufi. And the Bujdud ritual bears no doctrinal ties to Sufi orders whatsoever. Such descriptions exemplify the problem of misrecognition, a phenomenon intrinsic to curated authenticity on global stages. Even when performed with care and fidelity, traditions become vulnerable to exoticist framings that distort or oversimplify their essence. These distortions are not limited to journalistic coverage. As London Club shows prior to the 2023 Glastonbury Festival, a reviewer for All About Jazz described the 2-hour performance as, quote, 2 high decibel elemental hours, as measured in earth time, end quote, complete with, quote, a shaman channeling Bujlud, end quote. The language here reveals an aesthetic of primitivism, where affect is privilege over comprehension and mystery is misconstrued for depth. For the musicians, this kind of reception poses a double bind. To maintain visibility, they must participate in venues and networks structured by global expectations. Yet, to do so without being misread requires either pedagogical labor or aesthetic compromise, both of which may sit uneasily with their sense of sacred duty. In media interviews, the Jahjūka musicians expressed discomfort with being labeled a trance group or Sufis, and rejected the idea that their music was simply therapeutic or symbolic. This is not a show, one elder insisted. This is not who we are. Still, the performance barra is not purely a loss. It is also a space of agency. Jahjūka's careful presentation, insisting on traditional attire like we'll see later today, shunning fusion instrumentation and preserving ensemble hierarchy, can be seen as a counter-narrative to the trope of spectacle. In doing so, they engage in what might be termed defensive curation, the use of tradition as a shield against misinterpretation, a strategy to preserve meaning within the conditions of global visibility. The case of Jahjūka calls for conceptual framework that accounts for the ways in which tradition is not merely preserved or altered, but managed, actively shaped by its custodians in dialogue with shifting audiences and global circuits. The expression curated authenticity that I came up with captures this process, a mode of cultural labor in which actors selectively assemble, some might say commodify, and perform markers of tradition to claim authority, maintain legitimacy, and navigate external expectations. Unlike essentialist models that treat authenticity as a fixed attribute, or folklorist models that lament its erosion, curated authenticity, I hope, foregrounds agency and strategy. It views tradition as a repertoire of signs, sounds, gestures, garments, genealogies that can be selectively mobilized in different contexts to produce specific effects. These effects may include recognition, funding, cultural capital, or shielding against accusations of inauthenticity. 3 core components define this framework: selection, mediation, and calibration. Selection. Curated authenticity began with deliberate choices about which elements of tradition to foreground or downplay. In Jahjūka, this includes instrumentation, what instruments to use, gaita versus synthesizers, clothing, jilab versus what they term kaftan, repertoire, ritual-specific or experimentals, and personal, linear beige versus cosmopolitan. All these are choices made by these musicians. Second one is mediation. Authenticity is shaped through relationships with intermediaries, producers, journalists, festival organizers, and cultural brokers who frame and circulate the tradition. Mediation also includes managing how the tradition is received, anticipating misrecognition, resisting reductive labels, trans, Sufi, etc., or strategically leaning into their form of visibility or access. And the last one, calibration. Curation entails ongoing adjustment, aligning performances with shifting contexts, audience expectations, and internal standards. In Jahjūka, this includes decisions about which venues to accept, how much to explain or mystify, and when to prioritize ritual fidelity over aesthetic experimentation. Calibration foregrounds responsiveness, how custodians fine-tune their tradition without losing sight of its core meanings. While this concept intersects with theories such as Dean McDaniel's stage authenticity and Gayatri Spivak's strategic essentialism, it departs in key ways. Curated authenticity is not only about how traditions are presented to outsiders. It also accounts for internal contestation. The Jahjūka schism exemplifies this. Two factions asserting incomparable but equally curated claims to authenticity, shaped by differing values, constraints, and aspirations. Importantly, curated authenticity does not imply inauthenticity. Rather, it challenges the binary between real and fake, local and global, ritual and spectacle, by showing that all the traditions are constantly tweaked and worked on through choices made in response to social, political, and economic pressures. In the context of post-colonial Morocco, where epistemic authority has long been shaped by external gazes, the act of curation is both a survival strategy and a form of self-definition. This theory thus offers a lens not only for analyzing the Jahjūka phenomenon, but for understanding how sacred and ritual-based music traditions across the global south negotiate their place in the world, a world that both desires and distorts them. The story of Jahjūka is not merely one of globalization's effect on marginal music tradition. It is a story of strategic self-fashioning, of artists navigating between sacred obligations and worldly recognition, between village ritual and global stage. As this paper has argued, the competing trajectories of the Jahjūka and Jahjūka ensembles reflect a deeper dynamic, the active labor of curated authenticity. Rather than treating authenticity as a stable inheritance or casualty of modernity, this framework reframes it as a performative and contexted construct. In the Jahjūkan context, authenticity is not lost or retained. It is selected, staged, and defended through choices that reflect divergent priorities: fidelity to ritual, openness to experimentation, resistance to misrecognition, or pursuit of cosmopolitan visibility. This process is not merely external. I would argue it's very internal. The most acute struggles over authenticity emerge from within the community, among those with shared ancestry and repertoires, cousins and brothers at time, revealing that tradition itself is a site of negotiation. The discourse of Tkharbek, the invocation of Barra, and the visual signifiers of fatire and instrumentation all index the politics of legitimacy that arise when sacred music circulates beyond its source. In a global marketplace that demands both differentiation and accessibility, curated authenticity offers a vocabulary for analyzing how marginalized traditions survive, adapt, and assert themselves without conceding the total erosion of their meaning. It invites us to look beyond dichotomies of purity and commodification, and instead see tradition as an active, situated practice, crafted not only by what is represented or remembered, but how, where, and for whom it is performed. Jahjūka then is not simply a cautionary tale of cultural appropriation. It is also a case study in artistic agency, post-colonial negotiation, and the fraught yet fertile terrain where sacred sound meets global circulation. Thank you. Should we take questions first and then? All right, so let me introduce our second panelist for today, and then maybe we can take the questions towards the end. So, as I said, we're supposed to have 3 panelists today. Dr. Yahya couldn't make it, but I have the pleasure to introducing Dr. Jamal Aqabli. Dr. Jamal Aqabli serves as an associate professor at the King Fahd School of Translation in Tangier, Abdel Malik Saad University in Tetouan. His interdisciplinary research spans media studies, performance arts, post-colonial studies, and transnational studies. Professor Aqabli has published numerous articles on music, cinema, theater, and translation, while also translating significant works of performance. His editorial accomplishments include co-editing 3 important books, Across Borders and Thresholds, Performing in Zones of Contact and Friction, Street Performance as Disruptive Interactive, and Heteropias and New Insights into Translation and Interpretation. Dr. Aqabli maintains active involvement in academic publishing as a member of the editorial boards of TDR Arabic and other journals. So
Thank you, Hicham, for this nice introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to pick up a concept Hicham has used first about invisibility, to give credit to our interpreters, the invisible laborers who make our conversations possible. Before I delve into some of the core issues my paper purports to grapple with, I have an anecdote to tell, and Professor Najib Bonahai is here to testify to the veracity of my story. Back in time, while I was doing my master in English studies in language and cultures, we needed to find a supervisor, and I believe that when you aim, you should aim high. That's why I sought to be supervised by Professor Najib Bonahai. And then I went to him with my topic. The topic was working on Moors, the misrepresentation of Moors in medieval drama, using Said's framework and theories, etc. And then he seemed to like the topic at first. And then I did my research. It took me like 3 months to do the readings, to provide an exhaustive bibliography. And then when I came back to him, he was like, Jamal, you know this, and you know it perhaps too well. I said, yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last couple of months. I mean, and he said, no, Jamal, I'm going to take you to different terrains. And he said, I remember the question, do you know anything about rock and roll? And I was like, no, I mean, I know nothing about rock. And he said, well, this is what you'll be working on. As much as I was gripped with fear, I couldn't let it show. So I had to keep this facade of strength. So I said, well, why not? Deep down, I knew this was going to be a very challenging journey. I'm not used to listening to rock, let alone the Rolling Stones. It wasn't my thing. And he said, well, you're going to watch this documentary, listen to the music, and then I'll be sending you some books to read, and then we'll meet after a few weeks. And that's what I did. The fear turned into fascination, perhaps, with what I was reading, what I was discovering, things I don't know, things that were said about us that shouldn't have been said. And I started questioning everything, and I said, well, maybe that's the right thing for me to do. And eventually, I don't know, it worked. And here I am today, going back into my modest archive and retrieving this paper, which I owe to Professor Najib Bonahai. And in a way, this has prepared me to be a member of the International Center of Performance Studies, where I have come to learn new things, and where fear always turns into an impetus, compelling me to go further and further. And well, here I am today. So let me share the paper with you. This paper, entitled Decolonizing Soundscapes from Sonic Hegemony, the Rolling Stones in Morocco. This paper retraces the Rolling Stones' encounter with Morocco through the lens of ethnography, Orientalism, and cultural hegemony. It argues, among other things, that what comes across as seemingly benign artistic and musical appropriations is in fact a subtle extension of imperialist discourse, perpetrating and perpetuating symbolic violence under the facade of what is sold as dialogic collaboration and cultural exchange. Drawing on Said's Orientalism and Clifford's critique of ethnography, the study demonstrates how Western representations of Morocco, perhaps misrepresentations, be it through travel writing, documentaries, or popular music, reproduce and replicate exoticized, reductive, and at times reductionistic tropes that sustain Western authority and maintain its upper hand. Often celebrated as a rupture from grand theory, ethnography is shown here to be collusive in Eurocentric constructions, misconstructions of the other, operating as an instrument of power masked as observation coupled with description, say denigration. The Stones' 1960s and 1980s journeys into Morocco, culminating in the documentary The Stones in Morocco, 1989, are analyzed as cases of velvet power, as Althusser would have it, wherein domination is reasserted not through overt coercion, but through cultural consumption, commodification, and media dissemination, some of which C. Hicham has already discussed. No wonder then that Morocco comes across as timeless, desolate, and primitive, echoing earlier Orientalist stereotypes found elsewhere in literature as well as in paintings, thus reaffirming rather than challenging hegemonic narratives. By framing artists as ethnomusicians, the paper unveils how art and politics intermesh in more ways than one to reproduce neo-colonial hierarchies seeking to repackage raw sounds and traditions for Western audiences. In short, this exploratory study contends that cultural appropriation in music, and media functions as a continuation of imperialist practices, supplanting coercion with seduction and replacing physical occupation with symbolic domination. It underscores how such pejorating practices have enduring psychic scars, reinforcing asymmetrical power relations while masquerading as cultural appreciation. My purpose will be to undermine and subvert the overtly and covertly transgressive concourses of discursive practices that have come to be codified and normalized as a corollary of imperialist, perhaps post-imperialist policies so deeply entrenched that they cannot simply be weeded out. Ethnography emerges as an offshoot of anthropology, its grandchild, so to speak, and henceforth will constitute the cornerstone, the touchstone of our endeavor to deconstruct and reconstruct the ambivalent, multivalent, and malignant depiction of things Moroccan, to put it Assaidian. Ethnography cannot be fully apprehended unless it is juxtaposed with its alter ego, Orientalism. In such a congruity lies the antidote to the symbolic violence which artists, the Rolling Stones in our case, exercise the sovereign authority with which they speak on behalf of the others they purportedly represent. To recognize or not to recognize, that is the question. To historicize is not by definition to recount history piecemeal, but it could, as it often does, imply the telling of history, Jagger's story, from a vantage point involving addition, superimposition, and even ellipsis, or perhaps an admixture of all the above. The reader, and more appropriately so, the viewer, comes in to fill in the gaps left behind, but he or she always does so in keeping with the pre-given dictates of a vision that panders to Western phantasms, fantasies, and whims. The seemingly innocent and innocuous accounts come tainted and stained with a measure of infringement on the part of the self-appointed interpreters who consistently and constantly construct themselves through the others they study and misinterpret. In Hegelian thinking, this craving for recognition, in Francis Fukuyama's words, stands out as the most specifically political part of the human personality because it is what drives man to want to assert themselves over other men. Page 163. To further buttress this line of thought, one needs only to fall back on Hegel's argument stipulating that an individual could not become self-conscious, that is, become aware of himself as a separate being without being recognized by other human beings. Page 147. Such unfaltering and unwavering will on the part of a given subject, the Western singer, in this case, to be universally recognized is conducive to imperialism, the forefather of colonialism. Chris Jenks holds modern power to be no longer forceful, omnipotent, and excessive, but rather it is exercised by stealth. Page 117. Ideology, it is an axiom, works best when camouflaged as being decline, and it is by dint of hegemony, as Gramsci intends it, that this tacit consent through popular consensus is enabled and obtained. No longer is domination through coercion viable insofar as it is almost always confronted head-on, resisted, and ultimately upturned. Done in the persona of collaboration and cooperation, ideology seeps through unnoticed, in which case the defenders loosen their defense mechanisms for the subterfuge to work its way. In this respect, Althusser makes conspicuous and perspicuous the distinction between what he terms the iron hand, heavy artillery, which no longer serves the functions it once did, and the velvet glove, the mass media, and edutainment, which tames and maims the people being shot, I'm playing on the word shot here, without them ever feeling that they are being puppet mastered or manipulated. Previous tactics of exclusion and occlusion by means of perceptible force, skirmishes and ambushes have run their course, it seems, have grown obsolete, if not anachronistic, and are thus being supplemented, or better still supplanted by imperceptible and subtler maneuvers in the shape of popular songs which emphasize discrepancies by means of incorporation and inclusion, if not exclusion. At first glance, this may seem like a contradiction, and it is irrefutably so. However, if gauged with an acute eye or ear, because we're dealing with music, it transpires as a softer but no less insidious form of excessive and abusive power, a platform for yet more oppressive aggression and transgression on individuals it lumps together as a bundle. Where it pretends to be out there to save and salvage, that power inflicts more wounds and hurts than with heavy-handed colonization. As the saying goes, the damage words cause is worse than that of swords. Whilst times and medicine can act as the balm to physical scars, no balm has been found for psychic scars yet. In the name of popular culture, ours is seized and hijacked, offered and proffered up for dissection and discussion, inspection and consumption to an audience avid and voracious, one whose unbridled phantasmagorical urges can never be fully satiated, let alone quenched. To quote Marx, because Easterners cannot represent themselves, they must be represented, as cited in Said, 1978. Because he can barely venture out into this terra incognita, the land of exotica, the Western voyeur, now seated by the hearth in the coziness of the sofa forts, with the remote control at his fingertips, assumes velvet control over a people in a remote area out of his range, but one which the singer brings home in an act of conquest. In Malik Alul's assessment, the Westerner, while sitting home, becomes a tourist without having to tour the land, without ever leaving his comfort zone. This is more of an Epicurean, sensorial, tactile, psychological journey where the subject's ears, eyes, fingers, and mind are invoked only to be pleased, pleasured, and feasted. The transcendental journey the viewer goes on may be likened to a pilgrimage, as the biblical tradition has it, that cleanses and rinses one's soul, an experience reminiscent in more ways than one of colonial times. Because evolutionism, with its absolutist beliefs, and relativism, with its situational specificities, particularities, and peculiarities, have fallen out of taste and into distaste, anthropology has espoused ethnography or field work rather than grand theory. And here I'm quoting Jenks, 1993. Initiating an epistemological rupture with the departure from theoretical modes and codes of representation into empiricism, a quantum leap in the politics of social sciences claims for veracity. Ethnography and post-Orientalism. Ethnography and Orientalism have more in common than would dare acknowledge. For one, James Clifford vehemently asserts that a discipline such as ethnography is always caught in the invention, not in the representation of cultures. Its kernel being encapsulated in making the familiar strange and the exotic quotidian. This reinvention of cultures along distinct binarisms calls to mind Said's magnum opus, Orientalism. It comes as no surprise for the alert reader to disentangle a thread common to both ethnography and Orientalism, for the reimagining and remapping of other cultures falls in line with Said's argument that the Orient, quote, was almost a European invention and has always been, since antiquity, a place of romance, exotic beings, haunting memories, landscapes, and remarkable experiences. Page 2. Let us now consider these two definitions. For Said, Orientalism is a way of coming to terms with the Orient that is based on the Orient's special place in Western experience. For Capanzano, ethnography is also a somewhat provisional way of coming to terms with the foreignness of languages, of cultures, and societies. Page 51. Taken together, both disciplines appear to be more equivalent than equivocal, referring quintessentially to the exact same discourse with supporting institutions, vocabulary, scholarship, imagery, doctrines, and I should like to add songs, to mention but a few. Having said this, we ought to take this debate to the next level, one wherein what seems identical is similar but not quite so. Subsumed under the rubric of anthropology, ethnography is understood as being connotative of manifold meanings and nuances. It is thus primordial to trace its contours before its complexion can be discernible and its demeanor pinned down. While some cloak ethnographic accounts in a purely descriptive accoutrement, a closer take on the discipline reveals it to be an exercise of power couched in Eurocentrism. Here I'm thinking of Robert Stein and Ella Shohat. To define ethnography in simplistic terms and to simplify so complex a discipline as this is tantamount to an act of stealth where the thief accuses the victim of stealing him. This is a reductionist and reductive misconception of what ethnography really stands or rather falls for. Certes, ethnography does provide blatant accounts, but with the latent intent to retrace a Europeanized world in correspondence with Western standards. Standards which imagine nations and churn out communities as congeries of predefined characteristics. Ethnography, it avers, is a blanket term that lends legitimacy, authority, scientificity, or perhaps pseudo-scientificity to a practice that can scarcely legitimize and let alone authorize its presence. As a matter of course, much is mystified in the ethnographer's self-portrait, much is ironized, indirectly questioned, but never named. Notably, the sheer inexplicability and unjustifiability of the ethnographer's presence from the point of view of the other. And here I'm thinking of Marie-Louise Pratt, page 42. Artists as ethnomusicians. The fusion, or we should say confusion, between art and science blurs, effaces, and defaces altogether the borderlines between the imagined and the real. It is no coincidence that Clifford puts artists on a par with ethnographers, describing them as ambitious social scientists making off with tribal lore and giving nothing in return, imposing crude patterns. Page 9. On the very people who have been so magnanimous as to host them unconditionally. The artist keeps on his persona as long as he needs to, so as to plunder, propitiate his act of pillaging. No sooner does he feel secure amongst his peers and compeers than he divests himself of his trappings, his accoutrement, his attire, and embraces his truer self. His schizophrenia, his classificatory and derogatory grid, Junk's regards as forays in sampling the scarce resources of other cultures. Page 97. Drawing on Raymond Williams, Junks posits that, quote, at any particular historical period, and necessarily so, art is there with trading, politics, page 97. But nothing could be further from the truth than his compartmentalizing art as an entity on its own separate on its own, separate from politics. Art is politicized in the sense that the aesthetic dimension of the artistic enterprise intermeshes inextricably with the political streaks running through across it. What makes art far-reaching is that, given the absence of weaponry, it is the perfect alibi to conceal the work the artist, now turned ethnographer, does. Art has this prerogative to be here and there, to transcend the constraints of time and space. Being thus entitled, the artist now become ethnographer, or vice versa, can relate and report accounts with impunity. Unlike ethnographers whose fieldwork casts doubt on their work and their person, thus miring them in subjectivity. The risk inherent to such reporting is far more pernicious and obnoxious because it goes by unquestioned, especially that media illiteracy is a rampant fact. Needless to say that a work of art is not an island upon itself, as the metaphor goes. Many a contingency, social, cultural, and mainly political, bring it into being, thus reinforcing the status quo of the power dynamics in place. The poetics and politics of screening, or perhaps screening out the natives as beings or as being out of place, out of time, out of the picture, as beings or as beings that could only be accommodated in the background, in the rear view. Give birth to cultural messiahs, the singers at pains to rescue uncultured others, us. Framed within the Foucauldian discourse, this symbolic violence is symbiotically inscribed in a system of signifiers, which constructs meaning through the exercise of power. I will move on to the interview. The Orient reorientalized. The late 1960s saw the Rolling Stones being... I hope I'm not taking too much time. Okay. Being compelled to pay Morocco a visit while waiting for a verdict on drug charges leveled against them back home in Britain. Morocco, Jack Gallagher explains, offered Westerners an ever-popular sanctuary inasmuch as it was foreign and fashionable enough for the 5 fresh-faced musicians, and so they set out for North Africa. The troubles were compounded when Brian Jones, the godfather of the band, brought along his girlfriend, Anita Pallenberg, only to be forsaken by her. What added insult to injury was the fact that she ran to the bosom of his friend, Kate Richards, another member of the band. While the voyage saved the band, it destroyed Jones in that he was trampled on by his girlfriend and left on his own by his friends. Later that year, upon his return to England, with the wounds, I quote, with the wounds of Marrakesh still wide open, Jones was replaced by Mick Taylor, and he drowned to death at his home in Sussex. By then, he had already recorded the Pistol Pan at Jahjūka, which was released on Rolling Stones records in 1971. Steve Turner posits that despite their melancholy experience in the late 60s, the musicians found in Morocco what the Beatles found in India. Mick Jagger, Brian Jones, and Kate Richards were enticed by the prospect of danger, magic, and the primeval. They were lured by the colors, the smells, the alleys, and much more. Winding through the souks of Marrakesh was to the Stones like entering a phantasmagoria, Turner says. It was back then that they caught wind of Moroccan music, which is an amalgam of Arab, Amazigh, and African rhythms. The sounds had been haunting the Stones for so long that they decided to journey back to Morocco to satiate the desire, a desire triggered by Jones in the first place. Hence the belated trip in 1989 in quest for yet more Jahjūka. The trip was turned into a documentary commissioned by the BBC. The documentary starts out by setting the scene. Morocco is thus presented, misrepresented, as a desert, deserted haven, unmarred by the shreds and rags of time. So it becomes Europe, surrogate other. In fact, the rural Morocco being depicted resembles in more ways than one medieval Europe. The establishing shot reduces Morocco to sand dunes and camels, which is reminiscent of déjà vu scenes seen in many an American movie. As such, this image of Moroccans as camel-riding nomads is so impregnated with cultural and hegemonic nuances, only a process of contraction can induce it to deliver what it is predicated on. Perpetual lines of camels, Edith Wharton, 1920, are marching on and on for miles and miles in the middle of nowhere in no man's land. Time in this part of the world does not matter, and neither does progress. This wasteland, in reference to Morocco, in Wharton's guidebook on Morocco, is nothing but an immense waste of fallow land and palmetto deserts, and earth as void as the sky above it of clouds. Is a discursive trope characterizing Al-Maghrib al-Aqsa, and as the name goes then, and much of the Orient. This is a lucid and perhaps lurid case of what Said refers to as wholesale appropriation, 1983, Culture and Imperialism, where ideas travel from one genre to another, that is, from travel narratives to ethnography and into musicology. The natives are produced, here I quote Robin and Sluka, not as a people native to the desert, but as historically constituted and depropertied category systematically relegated to the desert. The title given to the program calls to mind Edith Wharton's travel accounts in Morocco, in response to Louis Lyotet's invitation to her to come and visit in 1920. This time, however, the narrative takes on a visual and musical but no less obnoxious tournure. Ventriloquially, Wharton's voice resonates and resounds in the utterances Mick Jagger takes the liberty to make on Morocco in Morocco. That Jagger happens to be chatting with Paul Bowles is no coincidence. Bowles, an American author, derives much of his authority as an author from having lived side by side with Moroccans for so long he could pretend to some degree of knowledge of the Moroccan culture and people. Time spent with Jagger gives the latter some of the authority Bowles is said to have possessed. Both travelers, Wharton and Jagger, demarcate themselves as doing Moroccans a great favor, the first by writing a guidebook and the second by combining fragments to make a voice to be heard within a hostile culture. Story, page 198. If this were the case, neither Wharton nor Jagger would have been welcomed and showered with gifts. At first glance, Morocco is bracketed, foreshadowing much of that which is to come out, trickling or perhaps tumbling out. The Morocco is thus enclosed between brackets implies, in a sense, that our vision will be bracketed, dismembered, and circumcised, giving the voyeur, the voleur, a vantage point, an advantage to survey the land and its people from the panopticon, Sarah Mills and quoting Foucault. Having established the opening scene as desolate, desultory, and out of time, a living tableau of queerness, I would say, the camera, or the cameraman, closes in on the technical staff and technological devices being deployed and employed in the shooting of things Moroccan, things primitivized, in a hostile attitude befitting the portrait of Morocco and Moroccans. The immediate impression this impromptu shift instills is one of dissonance and discord between two worlds in disarray. An Occident progressing at the speed of light, whilst the Orient is frozen in a time warp, in a juxtaposition of radically different ways of being. And no sooner are we, the viewers, flying back in time than we are almost immediately snatched unaware back into present times. The effect, to say the least, is nauseating and dizzying. Our gaze is orientated towards the desert with its grandeur, vastness, and emptiness, characteristics that have come to be distinctive of an Orient suspended in abandonment, waiting to be tamed, conquered, and repeopled. For the Orientalist, and I'm quoting Barthes, 1977, nature seems spontaneously to produce the scene represented. But it is rather the culture, the travelers, the singers were born and bred into that tampers with the so-called reality to produce a quasi-reality, le vraisemblable, we read about once and now see televised. As enticing as this very similitude it may seem to the Orientalists, it reveals the colonialist and imperialist attitude at work. A portrayal of this sort makes a provocative statement that bespeaks little candor, belying the ideological mindset said, that has found its way into music, sounds, and sight. The damage sonic power gives way to is perchance far more serious than the written word of the scribbler. To those who know so little of Morocco, and those are quite a few, the accounts of the stone will suffice to draw a cultural landscape of Morocco. The shore of the desert does not say what lies off-frame, whence the fragmented image becomes at one and the same time symbolic and stereotypic of Morocco in its entirety. Morocco, it seems, is reduced to a mythic and mystic topos where nothing of import happens. Misinformation is the Orientalist's weapon of choice, one which is used to discredit and disrepute Morocco and propagate a vision, reductive and reproductive, of an imagined Orient whose ins and outs only a Briton, a Mick Jagger, can span and spell out. Thus, according to John's story, the already said is still being said, with yet even more emphasis in a perpetuation of the Orientalist discourse, which now avails itself of new technologies to drive home its point. Is it time? All right. I'm sorry if I have taken too long. I lost myself in this. So I'm going to... the only reason I'm taking long is because we're only three, and we have 1 hour and a half. Yeah, it's easier. So I'll just conclude. In fine, space counted for much in the heyday of modernity, which translated in the era of colonial rule into territorial expansion, but has in postmodern times been pulverized and reterritorialized, thanks to advances in technology and means of transport caused by the camera and on a plane, which feature preponderantly on the documentary. The West can still occupy the space without laying hands and taking hold of the place, the land. Even the space of the studio is sealed off. Only the band can go in and out. The exploitation of other territories has shifted from being palpable to being perceptible in cultural terms without it being any less exploitative. Cultural and music practices are being recorded and smuggled in the presence of a camera and in the name of globalism without there being any resistance on the part of the exploited in what is aptly described as a complex dialectic in which both consent and exploitation feed into each other. The newly discovered raw material, and in our case raw sounds, are refined, redefined, commodified, and packaged afresh as a Western product. In Ashkraf's appraisal of things hegemonic, the exceedingly onerous, costly, and soldierly occupation is being supplanted by a more covert yet no less nefarious neo-colonialist enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akabli. So as it turned out, Dr. Nouali was able to join us. So without further ado, تفضل أستاذ. Yeah. وما نساوش عندنا عرض مع ستة.
السلام عليكم. بالتعبير على قطع في التواصل. اولا قبل كل شيء الشكر الجزيل للاخوه الاعزاء في مهرجان طنجة للمشهديه. الحديث عن هذا الموضوع من دون شك انه يعني حديث كما يمكن ان نقول حديث طويل وحديث متشعب. كما قلت هو الحديث حديث طويل وحديث متداخل. وبالنسبه لي الكلام عن جهجوكا طبعا في اطار تخصصي هو ما يهمني في جهجوكا هو صحيح ان البعد الموسيقي اساسي وهو بعد مهم، ولكن ما يبدو بالنسبه لي حسب وجهه نظري وتخصصي هو البعد الثقافي بالنسبه لجهجوكا. ايضا هذا البعد الانثروبولوجي العام. طبعا احنا لما نتكلم عن الثقافه هنا الثقافه ليس كمقولة تصنيفية أو شيء مجرد، لا، نتحدث عن الثقافة باعتبارها يعني هي ممارسات، هي سلوك، هي محتويات، هي رقص، هي غناء، هي قصائد شعر أيضا مكتوبة بطريقة لا أقول عفوية، إنما مكتوبة بطريقة تساير المحيط الجغرافي والمحيط الثقافي المباشر. كذلك بالنسبة كما أتصور ربما قد تكون هناك في نظري صعوبة أن نتحدث عن جهجوكا دون زيارة جهجوكا. وبالنسبة لي لولا الزيارة المباشرة لجهجوكا كان سيكون الكلام ربما كلام مغاير، وكان سيكون أيضا كلام في نظري غير مؤسس له وغير ملموس أيضا. فالزيارة الجهجوكة كما قلت كعمل أنثروبولوجي، طبعا أنا أتكلم عن الأنثروبولوجيا هنا بالمعنى العام، لا أتكلم عن الأنثروبولوجيا أو الإثنوغرافيا كتخصص دقيق، لا أتحدث عن الأشياء في المعنى العام. إذا كما قلت هذه الزيارة الجهجوكة هو أن هناك فرقة جهجوكة، هناك إقليم ثقافي، هناك جغرافية ثقافية، هناك أيضا تواريخ ملموسة. ليس فقط هناك الموسيقى، هناك القرية، هناك الأسماء المضاشير، هناك أيضا الطبخ، هناك العنصر الذكوري كيف يسيطر، لأن الغناء في آخر المطاف موسيقى، حتى أميز بكتكون موسيقى جهجوكة هي موسيقى ذكورية أيضا. إذا كما قلت هذه القرية وكل هذه الأشياء تستطيع أن تلعب أدوارا. كذلك الملاحظ في نظري هو أنه لا ينبغي، ما ألاحظ على بعض الكتابات هو أن في الأغلب الآن تسير نحو ربط جهجوكة بالتراث الجبلي. صحيح أنها ترتبط بالتراث الجبلي، ترتبط بثقافة الجبل، ولكن في نظري لما نتحدث عن موسيقى جهجوكة فالوضع مغاير. ليست هي فرقة مثلا عيساوة أو هداوة أو حمد شاه أو العمارة أو حتى بجلوت في بعض التخريجات. بالنسبة لي موسيقى جهجوكة هي موسيقى تختلف داخل الفضاء العيطاء الجبلي أيضا. وهذا الاختلاف هو اختلاف دقيق وصعب للغاية. يعني لما نتحدث عن جهجوكة هذه هي قوتها، هي أنها آلية، يعني لا يسيطر على التعبير وإنما يسيطر عليها الأداء الموسيقي. من هنا كتكون هي انسترومونتال، وعلى هذا الاعتبار كتب لها أن تروج عالميا. فكان عندها امتداد، يعني كموسيقى ربما خشنة وموسيقى صاخبة. من هنا كان هذا البعد الامتداد في الموسيقى الغربية، وطبعا موسيقى محددة. كتكلم عن الموسيقى الغربية هنا امتداد جهجوكة سوف يكون في الروك، في الجاز الحر إلى غير ذلك، يعني على حسب كما قلت هذه الموسيقى الخشنة. كمسألة أخرى، طبعا هو النقاش طويل ما خصنيش نطول. احنا ملي كنتكلموا على المنطقة جهجوكة كنتكلموا على المنطقة ديال الجبال، يعني لابد من نستحضروا مسألة ديال الاستعمار، راه شرح المسألة ديال الاستشراق. غير فقط حنا اللي كنعرفوا بالنسبة للاستشراق هو أن الاستعمار كمشروع، يعني سبقته الكتابات الكولونيالية أيضا. وعلى مستوى الفن العيطة بصفة عامة، هنا وقع تشويه ديال الفن العيطة. وهذه النقطة ربما راه درست تفصيل الباحثة الأمريكية تشوسي، درست بواحد الأمور، بواحد أليساندرا تشوسي درست الموضوع بدقة في النظر ديالي. ترجمة الكتاب كانت ترجمة ممتازة. بالنسبة للأسف في شمال المغرب ما كانتش كتابات. هنا عندنا الاستعمار الإسباني في المنطقة السلطانية، الفرنسي المنطقة الخليفية. هنا اللي كنحصل هو أن الاستعمار الإسباني من ناحية الطرح الأنثروبولوجي، من ناحية الطرح الإثنوغرافي، كان هذا الاستعمار كان ضعيف مقارنة مع الاستعمار الفرنسي اللي مهدت له كتابات الرحلات وكتابات استشراقية شاركوا فيها أيضا حتى الضباط، وتوظفت فيها آنذاك مناهج، وتوظفت فيها أيضا نظريات ديال العلوم الاجتماعية اللي كانت في هذيك الفترة جد متقدمة. بالنسبة لشمال المغرب بحسن الحظ أن الكتابات الفرنسية نابت عن الكتابات الإسبانية. فهنا ربما يمكن نتحدثوا على أوغست موليراس في الكتاب ديالو الجزء الثاني اللي كيتكلم على المنطقة ديال الجبالة. طبعا هي تم نظرة استشراقية. علاش اللي كنجبد هذه الفكرة؟ لأن اللي لاحظت هو أن بالنسبة للمغرب من ناحية ديال المدارس الفكرية في المغرب يحق لنا أن نقول بأن المدرسة التاريخية، وهذا لا أقول عليه إجماع لكن كثيرون يسيرون في هذا الاتجاه، أن المدرسة التاريخية في المغرب مدرسة قوية، ولكن من ناحية البحث للأسف أن التاريخ صار في اتجاه ما هو رسمي، ولا هذيك الأصنام الثلاثة بحال اللي كيسميوها، مشى في السياسة، في الدبلوماسية، في الجيش، البلاط، السلاطين، المناقب الى حد ما وجهه نظر هي كما يمكن ان نقول التاريخ الرسمي. اذا ما كانش شي نوع من الاهتمام اللي بالتاريخ من الاسفل، وبالتالي عطينا مؤرخين اللي اشتغلوا كما يمكن ان نقول التاريخ من الاسفل، يشتغلوا على جهجوكا ولا التواريخ الصغيره ولا التواريخ المحليه. فهنا اذا اردنا ان نتحدث يعني كما يمكن ان نقول هنا يمكننا نتكلموا كيجي ربما النقد الثقافي واللي ما خصنيش نتكلم فيه، لان ربما النقاش فيه كما قلت طويل. غير فقط ملي كنتكلم عن النقد الثقافي هنا كيفاش انه كيمزج ما بين الانثروبولوجيا والتاريخ ايضا الاجتماعي. ما كنبقاوش فقط في السياسه، لان شكون اللي اسس ايضا المغرب؟ ما اسسوش فقط غير اليوطي ولا الحكام او الى غير ذلك، راه اللي اسسوا هما هاد الناس البسطاء، قطاع الطرق، الزطار بحال اللي اشتغلوا عليهم السبتي، الفلاح، المزارع، هذاك الفقيه اللي هو غير مثال، المراه، لان مهما كان الغناء تقف وراءه امراه او فلاح او مزارع. فهذا هو اللي صنع هذا النمط ديال العيطه بشكل او باخر. كي بالنسبه للاشتغال هو كما قلت الموضوع متشعب. غير ما غنتكلموا حنا على العيطه، ايضا كاين مساله اول شيء في نظري هو المساله ديال التسميه. مساله ديال العيطه، لانه للاسف انا اللي لاحظت شاركت مؤخرا في الدار البيضاء على المهرجان الاول ديال العيطه، كانت الدوره ديال بوشعيب البيضاوي في السنه الفارطه. للاسف مازال اللي كيوظف التسميه ديال الطقطقه الجبليه، والحال ان الامر لا صله له على الاطلاق بالطقطقه الجبليه. ملي كتكلموا على العيطه كنداء الاعماق في المداشر في القرى، يعني كاحتفال كاعراس الى غير. الطقطقه هي تسميه ربما تناقشناها اكثر من مره، هي تسميه جات من مصر، وربما حتى الراديو في المغرب والاذاعه لعبت دور في واحد الفتره في التكريس ديالها. كاين ايضا ملي كتكلموا على جهجوكا هو مساله ديال الاصل. ملي كتكلم عشان كتكلم بهذه الاشياء ربما الانسان يعطي نظره تركيبيه بعض الشيء. شوف اذا كان الوقت نوقف استاذ باين. عما نتكلموا على الاصل ايضا مساله بحال اللي قلت، للاسف ما كاينش كتابات كثيره هنا. دابا كنمشيو حتى لجهجوكا شنو كتلقى اللي كتبوا عليها لي زاميريكان، وكتبوا عليها سون دي زيتنو ميزيكولوج، علماء ديال الموسيقى الاثنيه او الموسيقى العرقيه. مازال حنا في المغرب هذا يعني هذا ما بالنسبه للجامعه ولا ما موضوع يبدو في الهامش، كيبداش موضوع اللي هو في المركز او شي حاجه بهذه الطريقه ما معين. وتا واحد المساله اللي كتعكس هذه المساله ديال ما يسمى ما نقولوش التداول، وانما هذا الانحصار راه كيشير لهذاك دانيال روندو في الكتاب ديالو طنجه، عنده مجموعه هذه المقالات تما، وعنده واحد المقال طويل على جهجوكا. طبعا كاين اللي كيسميها جهجوكا، غتكون واحد الحرب ديال التسميه اخرى هذيك ما نخش في النقاش فيها. وكيتكلم هو انذاك اللي كيتكلم كيفاش انه واحد شرطي المرور في المدخل ديال مدينه القصر الكبير، لان كتكلموا على جهجوكا هي قريه ولا احدى قرى قبائل اهل السري في النواحي ديال القصر الكبير. هو كيعطي هذه المثال، مشى هو في واحد الرحله ماذا صادف شرطي المرور ملي كيسولوا ولا كيسالوا على جهجوكا كيقول له هذيك جهجوكا في المنطقه ديال الكيف وديال كذا وكذا وكذا. ما كيعرفش هو ان الامر حنا كنتكلموا الحدود الاواخر ديال الثمانينيات، كانت هنا بالنسبه لهذه الفرقه فرقه اصبح عندها واحد الصيت عالمي. اصبحت هذه الفرقه مشهوره جدا في امريكا في المقام الاول، من بعد كيجي اليابان، من بعد كتجي الدول ديال اوروبا في المرتبه الثالثه ما معين. اذا كما قلت كاين واحد النوع من عدم الاعتراف الى غير ذلك من الاشياء. طبعا هو حتى التلفزيون المغربي لعب دور. دابا كنشوفوا حنا اللي حصل واحد الفتره كان بالنسبه للاذاعه اللي كتعطي له اولويه كبيره هو الملحون ولا الطرب الاندلسي ولا الطرب الغرناطي. طبعا هنا المساله كترتبط بالمساله ديال المدينه والقريه الى غير ذلك. اما ملي كتمشي للعيطه ما عندهاش واحد الحضور. حتى ملي جات الدوزيم فتحت بعض الشيء، ولكن من فتحت الدوزيم هذا هي المفارقه اللي وقعت، انها بقات كتعطي واحد الاهميه كبيره للعيطه المرساويه فقط. وطبعا هنا نقدروا نقولوا مبرر لان الامر كيتعلق بالدار البيضاء وميغالوبول المغرب فيما بعد. كتكلم على الدار البيضاء هي الهجره، الناس هربوا من القياد، هربوا من تقلبات المناخ الى غير ذلك من الاشياء ما يمكنه. اذا كما قلت هذه المساله هي كاين مساله ديال هنا الاصل ربما صعيب باش نتكلم على الرحله ديال اللي كتكلم على جهجوكا. الاصل ماشي الاصل، هذه اسطوره الاصل بحال اللي كيسميها رولان بارس فيها نقاش. فقط هو الامر يتعلق بهذاك الشيخ اللي هو احمد شويخ ولا الشيخ ابو العباس اللي جمع بنو هلال. وطبعا هو الرجل لم يكن في نيته ان يستقر في هذه المنطقه. يقال الشغل ديال بنو هلال اما غادي يرجع ولا كان غادي للاندلس، فاستقر هو في هذيك المنطقه. واستقر انه الرجل كانت عنده واحد البركه ديالو، هذيك البركه بحال اللي كيقول انه كيحرص بالسباع ولا غير ذلك من الاشياء. وبالتالي انه بقى كيعلم الناس القران، بقى كيعلمهم الموسيقى، وبقى كيعلم مشى في هذا الاتجاه ديال ما هذا بالنسبه كيف ما يمكن نقولوا مساله ديال الاصل اللي كان في القرن ديالو. كاين ايضا ملي كتكلموا على جهجوكا كتكلموا على التاثير ولا تاثيرات. والخطوره ديال جهجوكا راه هي موسيقى قديمه جدا، راه ماشي هي موسيقى ديال المساله كتعلق بقرون. ملي كنمشيو على الرقصه ديال بوجلود ولا باجلود كل واحد كيفاش كيسميها، راه كنلقاو فيها تاثير ديال الاساطير اليونانيه والرومانيه. الاله بان اله قديم جدا. اذا كاين هذه التاثيرات كاين رواسب وثنيه ايضا. ملي كيجيو كيلبس هو هذاك ديال الماعز، الجلد الماعز، وكيطلي وجهه بالسواد الفاحم، هذا كامل كاين اللي كيعتبرها مظاهر وثنيه. اذا كما قلت فيه هذا التاثير. وطبعا ملي كنتكلموا على باجلود هو وظيفي، كيفاش كيرقص بواحد الطريقه محمومه وكيفاش ينتشي، والعلاقه عندها علاقه بالخصب، بالارض، بالعلاج. كيفاش انه باجلود كيفاش انه كيضرب بالشطبه هذوك الناس اللي قدامه، الاطفال ولا المراه الحامل الى غير ذلك. وطبعا ملي كتشوف هذاك باجلود اللي كيرقص، ربما انا مره تحت لنا فرصه في العرايش شفنا هذاك الرجل. ربما راه معنا بعض الاصدقاء اللي كنشوفهم هنا ربما يتكلموا احسن مني في هذا الموضوع. هو الرجل في العمر ديالو 80 سنه هذا العمراني، ولكن كيفاش كيرقص كأن الكهرباء في الجسد ديالو. ممكن يبقى يرقص يعني 8 ساعات عاديه غادي يبقى يرقص، كأن الجسد ديالو فيه الكهرباء الى غير ذلك من الاشياء. كاين نقطه اخرى بحال اللي ممكن كاين المراحل ديال التطور ديال جهجوكا. هو هنا كندخلوا في التاريخ بحال اللي قلت، هذا الدرس التاريخي مفتقد، ربما نتكلم بسرعه هنا. يعني ملي كتكلموا كيفاش شاركوا في المعرض المخازين، كان عندهم واحد دور كبير جدا. للاسف كاين بعض الباحثين الاجانب هما اللي استفتوا هذا الموضوع. وهنا جهجوكا يساهموا في هذاك الانتصار ديال هذه المخازين، كيفاش اصبح عندهم واحد الموقع بصفه خاصه عند الدوله السعديه. حنا كنعرفوا بالنسبه للناحيه التاريخيه الدوله الموحديه كانت متشدده في الموسيقى مقارنه مع الدوله السعديه. كانت وقع واحد الانفتاح، فهنا كانوا جهجوكا كيشاركوا في البلاط، يرافقون السلطان في صلاه الجمعه، في الزياره للمدن الى غير ذلك. من بعد جاء التاريخ العلوي وقع واحد الانقلاب تصرحوا. وساختم. من بعد جات الفتره الثلاثينيه للاستعمار، رجعوا للقريه الاربعينات، هنا بقاو كيخرجوا الميادين العامه في اطار الشيء ديال المجاعه اللي وقعت في المغرب. وهنا التفت لهم بول بوز وهذيك البي جينيريشن، هنا توصل للعالميه. وباش غادي يخصب لنا افكار كثيره جدا. غير ملي كنتكلموا على العالميه ايضا بحال جهجوكا فيها واحد بعض المأزق. صحيح لان جهجوكا وصلت واحد البعد عالمي، واللي ساهموا هذا الاقليم الثقافي، وهذوك الناس اللي كيعزفوا ماشي اناس عاديين، هذوك اساتذه الموسيقى. ولكن في نفس الوقت ايضا حتى هذه المساله ديال العالميه عطات واحد، ما نقولش تشويش على الذاكره، لا، عطات واحد ممكن تكون على حساب الذاكره وكذا. فهنا جات فئه اخرى ثانيه. واتوقف عند هذا الحد وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا استاذ يحيى. نفتحوا الباب النقاش، واخا يكون قصير شويه لان تبعنا على الموسيقى. So we have about maybe 10 minutes for questions before we move on to listening to the master musician of Jahjūka right outside. تفضل استاذ.
لي يا أستاذ غادي نتكلم بالإنجليزية لكن ممكن أنا you raised a very important issue, which is in Morocco, the university and academia has not yet produced genuine alternative historiography. There is one model in the world that was successful in integrating custom, religion, popular culture, caste, and superstition and magic, which is the Subaltern Studies Group. They appeared in 1980, and they produced so much, and they created an impact, and they went beyond the model of the English school by Peter Thompson. You mentioned history from below, and they became almost like post-Marxist. They challenged Marx, and they basically said there is no way we can use Marx to explain how India moved from feudalism to capitalism, because his model applied to Europe. But in the case of India, if you really want to see how India moved its people from subjectivity to citizenship, then you have to go, of course, to popular culture. One remark to Si Jamal and Si Hicham. Si Hicham, you gave us a protocol for what you called curated authenticity. You said selection, followed by mediation, and then, of course, at the end, you talk about calibration. Can you give us a model of governance that could be used to implement such a protocol? Who would be serving on a board of curated authenticity? Which entity? Did you think about a body of governance?
Not only I thought about it, but I completely disregarded it. And I'll tell you why. Because for me, since we're in the subject of like history from the bottom up or from below, why do we want to impose curators on these people? Why can't they not curate their own tradition? Why don't we just listen to them as opposed to have something done for? Why don't we just give them this agency? Why don't we make it about these people as opposed to these labels that we would like to parachute and put on top of them? So for as long as it comes from them, as long as they make their choices, as long as they do their own calibration, as long as they do their own mediation, I, as an ethnographer, as a researcher, I'm fine with that. But I do not want to have a central institution to do that on their behalf.
No, the moment you say curating, you move on to stewardship and you move on to institutions, and therefore you have
Not
to think
necessarily.
about,
Why
you
don't
have to
we
think
have
about a model of governance. Because what you're saying applies to what we call the politics of restitution.
Mm-hmm.
There are people all over the world asking the British Museum, asking the Louvre to give back all the artifacts that were stolen.
What I'm saying is that...
And what you're saying applies to popular culture. Because you mentioned it yourself. You talked about cultural appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
What I'm also saying is that these people are also at their own level making their own choices, having their own agencies, managing their own performances. So for me, as much as I understand the idea of restitution, as much as I understand the idea of giving back, I'm also saying maybe it has not been taken from them as much as we think it was. Because they're making decisions. They decided not to do what al-Bashir is doing. They decided in the Qaria, the people we're going to see outside, they decided, not me, they decided that they're going to do something a certain way. They're the ones who decided that they're going to dress a certain way, play a certain way, invoke certain images as opposed to others. So I would like to give them that respect, and I would like to acknowledge their courage, because making these decisions also relegated them to a bit of a periphery and a margin. They're aware of that. They just decided to remain steadfast to what they're doing.
There's governance from below.
There is below. تفضلوا السادة.
أنا في الحقيقة ما عنديش سؤال، ولكن مع السي درتي ونسمعنا، وفي الدار البيضاء راك حضرتي وشفتي ودخلتي. الامر في هذا الشاب الجميل هو هذاك الايثنوميزيكولوجي اللي السيده اللي ذكرتي، اللي اصوات العيطه شوسي. في الحقيقه هذا الشق في الثقافه المغربيه شق متأبع علينا جميعا، متأبع على الكثير من الباحثين نظرا لخصوصيته وصعوبته. واعتقد بان حتى فريد كيصرح بانه لم يستطع ان يدخل الى عالم الموسيقى نظرا لخصوصيه هذا المجال هذا. انا اريد ان اشكرك وما يسري على العيطه بشكل عام كيف شار الدكتور. هو نبغيو هذا الكتاب ديال الجهجوكه ولا اسمعوا عليه يخرج، باش لان الاجتهادات ديال حسن النجمي اجتهاد واحد في المغرب، بالاضافه الى الكتابات المتفرقه ديال وليد. ونتمنى ان تجمع ديال كتابتك الخاصه في هذا المجال، لانها تعويز خصوصا الابحاث في الثقافه الشعبيه والفرجات الشعبيه. اللي يهمني منها هو هذيك الفرجات القيمه ديالها سي وليد كتكمن في ان الاثار ديالها يسري على اجساد المستمعين واجساد المؤدين ايضا، وهذاك الرقص وهذاك الجذبه، والامر يسري حتى على قناوه، وبمعنى ان الموسيقى عندها واحد الاثار كبير كبير جدا. انا اريد هذه الجلسه ممتعه وطرحت لدي هذه العقده ديال رغم البلي بديت كنكتب في الثقافه الشعبيه مشيت بغيت نتعلم الموسيقى، ولكن الامر يحتاج الى عمر اخر غير هذا الذي وصلنا اليه. وشكرا لكم.
أنا بدوري أشكر للمتدخلين الثلاث، شكرا أساتذة، لأن ما قدمتموه يعني مقاربات مختلفة، مقاربة سياسية يعني تشرح هذا الوضع ديال هذه الفنون في مواجهة الإعلام وسلطة السوق، مقاربة تاريخية. يعني كيف، أنا السؤال الذي ينطرح ويؤرقني دائما، كيف بإمكان هذه الفنون أن تخوض رهان السوق الآن؟ كيف يمكن حماية الأصالة التي أشار إليها الدكتور هشام؟ كيف بإمكاننا الرهان أو النجاح في الحفاظ على هذه الفنون أمام هذه المغامرة، مغامرة السوق ومغامرة إكراهات العولمة الاقتصادية، ثم مسألة سياسية كما أشار الأستاذ أقبلي، لأنها إكراهات كبرى قد تتجاوز المنطقة المحلية. ثم كيف أيضا كما نعرف أن هذه الفنون حملت منذ قرون على كاهل الممارسين الذين مارسوها في المناطق والقرى وغيرها بشكل اعتيادي، يعني دخلت في العادة. الآن كيف يمكن الحفاظ على هذه الفنون أمام يعني تنصل الجيل الجديد من حمل هذه الفنون أمام هذه المغامرة، مغامرة البقاء، الرهان على العيش والرهان على قيمة الفن في السوق؟ وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا، شكرا الساده المتدخلين. انا فقط اريد ان اتفاعل مع الصديق العزيز يحيى بن الوليد. في الحقيقه انا اتفق معك كليا بان الجامعه بقى لم تنخرط بعد يعني في تدريس هذه الاشكال الفرجويه المهمشه مثل القناويه، مثل العيطه الجبليه بكل بساطه، لان الجامعه المغربيه تعتمد المعتمد القانون. وبالتالي انا بالنسبه لي ما دام نتحدث عن ديكولونياليه ينبغي علينا ان نسعى الى تحرير الجامعه المغربيه، لان هناك واحد المركزيه داخل الجامعه المغربيه. ولكن اعتقد جازما بان الوعي الديكولونيالي وامثال الاستاذ يحيى باعتباركم خبير في النقد الثقافي وما بعد الكولونياليه، يعني انا اعتقد بان المغاربه خاصه الشباب اذا وعوا بهذا الفكر الكولونيالي، الفكر ديال النقد الثقافي ما بعد الكولونياليه، الاهتمام الاكاديمي سوف يتحول من المركز الى كتابه التاريخ المغربي خاصة from below يعني من المهمش. ونقطة أيضا هناك غياب قناة جهوية، يعني هذا الغياب ديال الإعلام خاصة الإعلام الجهوي هو اللي كيخلي هذا الجاب، هذا الفراغ اللي كيعمروه بطبيعة الحال هما الباحثين الأجانب. كيجي باحث أمريكي كيدير دراسة على الإثنوغرافية على واحد بيرفورماتيف، واحد بيرفورمانس ولا واحد ميوزيكال تراديشن اللي كتقول انت كيفاش هذا السيد ماجي من امريكا غيدير هذا البحث هذا وانا قريب ولكن ما I'm not familiar with it للاسف الشديد. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Si Aziz, for your question, in which there is part of the answer to your question. Earlier on, I was talking about how the camera can be weaponized and used for the wrong purposes. That same camera could be reappropriated by Moroccans to produce their own films, documentary films. There have been many attempts. دموع الكحول, a very interesting documentary. Perhaps we can make our own films, do more research on Jahjūka and other local art traditions like what we've been doing here. And go back to what you were saying, Si Aziz. When I started doing research on the topic, I found very little, if anything at all, written about Jahjūka. The first books I could read were written by Americans. I'm thinking of Stephen Davis, who wrote Rolling Stones' Jahjūka, Stories of Gods and Heroes. And strangely enough, I learned through, or perhaps thanks to him, about things Moroccan, which I believe I should have known before. But unluckily, the material was not out there, and it was only thanks to the guidance of my professor, who directed my gaze to things local that I could eventually tap into this patrimony and try to sell it to the rest of the world, see it with my own eyes, perhaps see what's wrong with ways in which Westerners marketed the Moroccan folklore, as they like to call it. I like to call it art. I don't know. So what we have to do is celebrate it, perhaps within academic circles, just as we, very much like what we've been doing here. Talking about it is giving voice to the devoiced. Inviting them to dance out there and speak for themselves is also another way of empowering them, and filming them is also another way of archiving our own stories, our own history. There is also much that can be done at the higher level, on the high table. But I don't know, perhaps it has to start somewhere with a very small step, and then you never know where this is going to take us. Yes, Sazi. Yeah. It has different names. Yeah. You also said something about regional TV. I think mainstream TV should also be doing the same. Why? We're the taxpayers. We want to watch things from, from the north, from the south, from everywhere. Why focus only on things produced in Rabat or in Fez or in, there's a lot of politics going on there. And I think television has to be depoliticized for us to be able to, as a kid, as a teenager, I grew up, I'm an Amazigh, and I grew up wanting to listen to Wisha, Haddawaki, etc. But I had to wait for Saturdays and stay up late to be able to watch 5 minutes, 10 minutes of Wisha. Do you get it? This says a lot about the national TV.
دقيقة فقط أتقاطع مع الأستاذ عبد العزيز العمراني، غير فقط أعطيك واحد المثال علاش كنعتبر الجامعة هي العمود الفقري في الأشياء معين. مثلا ربما الاسم اللي جبدو الأستاذ ديفيس هذا اشتغل على جهجوكا. شكون مولاته؟ مولاته ناسيونال جيوغرافيك، اشتغل مع 30 واحد من الطلبة الباحثين ديالو. هذه فرصة بقات حلت الدارجة تحمق تبقى تفكر بهذه القضية. معك 30 طالب باحث كيشتغل، تعطي العجب. اللي كتكلموا في المغرب تكاد تكون من لا شيء. هذا من المساله اللي هي حقيقيه، واحد بحال اللي كنتكلموا هذيك العيطه هي الجرح الداخلي، هذاك هو الجرح المضاعف حتى في الجامعه. شد مع بعض الكتب كتب ارنست جيلنا سانت اوف اطلس ولا بازار دو سفردي غليفودر. شوف مترجم الفرنسيه في العربيه ما مترجمينش في العربيه، خصك تقرا كتمشي يعني واحد في واحد ولكن هذا ما كيمنعش ان الانسان يشتغل. انا في النظر ديالي غير فقط ملي كنتكلموا حنا بالشغل على الهيطه بحال اللي سماه الصديق حسن، كتمشي المصادر التاريخيه هي السند الوحيد، لو سيبور الوحيد اللي عندك. ملي كتمشي للمصادر التاريخيه صامت على الموضوع، خصك تصيد الهوامش. بحال دابا مازال كنشتغل كنقرا التاريخ ديال ضعيف الرباطي على تاسيس الدوله العلويه، كتاب رائع، ولكن ملي كتجي الروعه ديالو كيتكلم عن الانقلابات والقتل والدم والمجاعه ولا. اما باش غادي تصيد شي فكره في اللباس ولا في الغناء او لا كذا كذا، ما كاينش هذه المساله هذه. غير فقط انا عندي ملاحظه اخرى على هذا الشيء ديال البوست كولونياليزم، ربما اتحفظ ما يحصل في هي البوست كولونياليزم ماشي هي الاستعمار فقط. هذا اللي ملي كتكلموا على نظريه الخطاب الكوري راه كتشتغل اشكالات كبرى، هي الاشكال ديال الهويه، الهويات المتعدده، الذاكره، لو ترافاي دو ميموار، عمل الذاكره، التواريخ المحليه، مساله لا ناراسيون، السرد بالمعنى الاعمق، بالمعنى الجغرافي، بالمعنى الاوسع، ماشي بالمعنى. اذا هذا هو النقد الثقافي في اخر المطاف، هو كيصبح هو في نظري اشكال اليوم معركه، ماشي هو نجيو بقى نديروا البريزونطاسيون كتجيو تعرض هذا قال الكتاب، لا، هو كيفاش تشتغل على هذا اللي طابو الالغام، على الهيطه، على الدعاره، على اللباس، على مجموعه هي اللي اسست هذاك النسق معين. اذا كيف ما قلت هذا غير واحد الاضاءه على الهامش في اطار التقاطع اقل ولا اكثر.
يمكن ختاما غير جوابا على السؤال ديال الاستاذه. من ناحيه هضرتي على الاكراه الخارجي، يعجبني نضيف ليكواسيون واحد اكراه داخلي اللي يحتوى باقي عين، لان عندنا واحد التراتبيه في الموسيقى في المغرب. انا ولد تطواني اصلي جبلي، بالحق كبرت في تطوان، وحصل لي الشرف انني كنعرف كنهضر بالعربيه وكنفهمها، والاندلسي قريب لي. بحق ملي كنت صغير سواء بغيت ولا كرهت. ملي كنت صغير كانت عندنا اذاعه وحده لا يختام من 5 د العشيه حتى 11 د الليل، بغيت ولا كرهت كانت كتفتتح بايات بينات من الذكر الحكيم وشذرات من الموسيقى الاندلسيه، وباش كيختموها في بعد الاخبار الاخيره الاندلسي والقران. انا كنفهم العربيه، كاين الناس ما كيفهموهاش، كاين الناس خنيفه ما كيفهموهاش، علاش غنلزموهم يتنسوا هذه الموسيقى العربيه؟ علاش غنلزموا الموسيقى الاندلسيه؟ فطول ما كاين داك التراتبيه في الموسيقات راه حنا ما حنا في خير. بالنسبه ديال دور الجامعه ديال سي عزيز، استاذ تفضل وهضر على سبالترن ستاديز. كاين واحد المدرسه اخرى اللي قطعت اشواط بعيده اكثر منا، هي المدرسه التونسيه اللي دمجوا التعلم ديال الموسيقى في الجامعات، الاثنوميوزيكولوجيا. طبعا تاخذوا واحد لو مود فرونسي لانه هو اللي كان قريب لهم، بالحق عملوا شي حاجه اللي حنا باقيين ما عملناها، دمجوا تعليم الموسيقى وتعليم الانثروبولوجيا ديال الموسيقى في الجامعات ديالهم. باقي ما وصلناش نديك لو تورنون، ملي غنوصلوا ديك الساعه يكون حديث واحد اخر. وحاجه اخرى منعطف، ملي كنهضروا على كيفاش غندعموا هذه الموسيقى، ندعموا الموسيقيين هما الاولى، ندعموا صناع الالات. راه هاد الناس هادوك اللي كياخذوا الالات ديالهم من عند واحد السيد واحد في وزن، هو اللي كيعملوا الالات ديالهم كاملين. باقي خصنا هاد الناس هادو ندعموهم، باقي خصنا ندمجوا هاد الموسيقى هذه في الفضاءات، باقي خصنا نكثروا من لقاءات بحال هادو، والله المعين، ونمشيو نتفرجوا فيهم دابا.
شكرا جزيلا. ندعوكم الآن إلى مشاهدة عرض جهجوكا خارجا. بعد ذلك سنعود إلى القاعة لمشاهدة عرضين فنيين هنا بالقاعة. Now we invite you to go to the Uni Gate to watch the performance by Jahjūka group. Then we will be back into this auditorium for 2 more artistic shows. Thank you very much.
للثقافة العربية وفنونها. قامات
سمات بناتي شكرم شيتي شنتماتي إكولك لما دي شيرشي شكرم مشتي يمسي بي تسامي إتبشار كبتاتم إننغو البشل بشم إكولك لما سمات بناتي شكرم شيتي شنتماتي إكولك لما دي شربشيو شكرا مشتي يمسي به تسامي إتبشر
الآن تتابعون عرض فني فنون ثقافية من طرف مختبر بليش من النمسا.
شلما زين بشاتي كلام عليك أليبو شاطب النوش أكثر
Dear audience, you are following right now a performance by Beni Labu from Vienna, which is an audio-visual live performance context performing environmental work in progress video. نطلب من الحضور الكريم بعد هذا العرض أن يبقوا بالقاعة لأن العرض الثاني سيبدأ مباشرة من القاعة. We ask the audience to remain in the auditorium. The next event will be starting from this auditorium. Thank you very much and enjoy.
أنا أطريق فنود الطاقة
تيست تيست.
السلام عليكم. سي خالدين. الأغلبية بالإنجليزي ولا بالعربية؟ وغير هيك بالعربية. أنا العربية ديالي شوية مهرسة، غادي نحاول نبدأ بالعربية شوية ونقلب للإنجليزية. أنا أحمد بن عطية، جاي من إسبانيا، من الخزيرات هنا قريب، وجاي معايا جايين معايا خوان نافارو ممثل اسباني، ماكسيلي لابرادور وماريا مونكادا. أربع بينا بدينا هاد الخدمة، هاد لو بروجي ديال هاد لا بيس، هاد لا بيرفورمانس اللي غادي نوريو لكم دابا. صافي تقريبا شي 6 شهور قبل الصيفية. والله غنقلب الإنجليزية. I brought some papers here because the text is going to be in English, but I have a translation in Arabic as well, so you can all have it. I have a few papers here, maybe when we're going out, you can get one. I strongly recommend you get the one if you don't understand properly English or Arabic, because it's going to help you understand the performance. So, as I was telling you, this performance was created among the four of us 6 months ago in Algeciras. I am directing as a program director of a small theater there. It's called Box Levante Centro Escénico de Estrecho, Box Levante Performing Arts Center of the Strait. And it's a very tiny one, it's a very humble project, but I think we're doing a lot of things into investigation, into contemporary performance and performing art. So I called these 3 people to work together with them, and we didn't have a proper idea of what we wanted to do. We had only a few notes, and I brought with me an experience that happened to me at the beginning of this year. I was in Indonesia, you know, in Jakarta. And near to Jakarta there is a city, very ancient city, it's called Jogjakarta. Yeah? I recommend you don't read the text there. ما تقراوش التكست دابا لان هذا التكست ماشي اللي كنهضر انا دابا، هو اللي غادي يبدا لا بيرفورمانس ملي نخرجوا، واخا إذا بغيتو. So I recommend you not to read the text until we go out. So I was in Jogjakarta for a business trip actually, and I got across this community, and I learned from them an ancient and very old tradition they have related with the dreams. Yeah. So it's an old tradition in which they tend to heal dreams, like, you know, bad dreams that they have. Those dreams that are really strong and that they insist and persist. So they have this tradition of cleaning them, they call them cleaning, and the idea of that cleansing is to stage with your family, with your inner community, to stage that dream, yeah, to make the dream and pay it some sort of. So I came with that idea, and I was having myself a very strong dream that was coming to me over the years, so I decided to do exactly this, perform the dream that you can see now. To assist to this performance, staging of a dream, I'm going to ask you to keep a very strict silence, yeah? غنطلب منكم السكت يعني كاملة, full silence from here, and I will ask you something until you go back home. Not only once we finish, but until you go back home or back to your hotel or back to your business. You fully keep your silence as an act, not of respect out of the performance. It's not about that. It's about some sort of, how to say this, um, some sort of ritual on behalf of this staging of the dream. Everything is clear about what I said in English. غادي نترجمها دغيا بالعربية. عندي واحد الحلم قديم كل مرة كيرجع عندي، وهاد لا بيرفورمانس تبع هاد الحلم هو واحد الحلم ما كيعجبنيش كيضرني. ولقيت هاد واحد الجماعة في جاكرتا في اندونيسيا باش يصحوا من ديك الحلم. The rest of the performance I'm going to be speaking in English, and you have the translations, first text, and then you have it in Arabic and English, second text, and you have it in Arabic and English. I was born in Spain, but I was raised in Tangier, so for me it's very special to be having this thing here for the first time in my life. Thank you very much, and I hope you keep this silence. It's not mandatory, but it's a ritual. Okay, follow me, please.